Lenovo slashes $5,000 off select laptops, yet still can't fix your Wi-Fi.
Only 1% of egg prices vary by location, and Target calls it market dynamics. When your breakfast becomes a data point, it's no joke that your wallet's the shell game.
King Charles hosts German president at Windsor, then claims it's history in the making. When monarchs play host, it's all tea, crumpets, and a dash of performative diplomacy.
Over 1,000 artists boycott Israel, call it a stand against genocide. When melodies take a moral stance, it's a symphony of defiance against the dissonance of occupation.
HSBC executive praises China's AI energy supply while ignoring its coal addiction. It's like giving a gold star to the loudest kid in detention for his unique ability to disrupt class.
City plans data-driven transport, yet traffic jams remain timeless. It's like strapping a jet engine to a Flintstones car. Fancy tech can't move the stone wheels of bureaucracy any faster.
Agoda's CEO predicts seamless travel for 2026, but turbulence fees still apply. Tech promises to smooth your vacation, but your wallet's the one getting the deep tissue massage from extra charges.
Victorian government cuts 1,000 jobs, promises a $4 billion miracle cure. Turns out the best way to save money is to fire the folks who keep the lights on. But hey, who needs executives when you've got austerity?
Wealthy ranchers graze public lands. Taxpayers fund their cattle's buffet. When the cows eat for free, it's the taxpayers who pick up the tab, while ranchers count their profits and laugh all the way to the bank.
Prague's Signal Festival dazzles with lights, then leaves the city to clean up the glittering chaos. As the electric glow fades, Prague's streets are left to nurse the hangover, proving that not all that glitters is gold. Sometimes it's just a mess.
UK construction sector faces sharpest slowdown since first COVID lockdown, blames budget uncertainty. Apparently, budgets are now more cryptic than hieroglyphs, leaving builders guessing whether to lay bricks or just paper over the cracks.
Qatar predicts LNG shortage by 2035, blames AI for energy binge. Just when AI thought it was all smart algorithms and no consequences, it's now the scapegoat for future energy crises. Robots, please curb your enthusiasm.
Patriot Fly Pit, I want you to want me. Nothing like a rock anthem that screams longing while secretly pining for.
Melania Trump decorates White House with One Road, their third national Christmas tree, claims it's festive, not haunting.
Jim E. Brown releases prawn mayo with a side of irony, calls it a sandwich for the soul. In a world where mayo and prawns make more sense than most political decisions, this comedy rock and roll track might just be the culinary anthem we didn't know we needed.
US considers air and missile attack on Venezuela, claims it's for peace, not oil. When liberation smells like crude, it's hard to tell if it's freedom or just another petrochemical spill. Who knew the road to peace was paved with pipelines?
Only 33% of Slovakians support Fico, as 2/3 demand his resignation, and he calls it a mandate. When 2/3 of your audience boos, it's less of an encore and more like an eviction notice. In Fico's world, mandate might mean man, date a new career.
Elon Musk's X fined $140 million under EU's Digital Services Act, claims it's a misunderstanding. When your social media platform gets slapped with a fine bigger than most lottery jackpots, maybe it's time to reevaluate those free speech algorithms, Elon.
Putin rejects parts of U.S. peace plan, insists on redefining negotiation as my way or the highway. In the Kremlin's version of diplomacy, compromise seems to mean I'll think about it not. Peace talks or just another episode of Putin's power play.
Man charged with planting pipe bombs before Capitol attack denies intent despite explosive evidence. When your defense strategy is, I didn't mean to, and the evidence is literally ticking, maybe it's time to rethink your life choices.
Pele skipped it, Robin Williams stole the show, and the US hosted the last World Cup draw, proving soccer needs comedy more than celebrity. When the world's greatest footballer passes up a gig, but a comedian makes it legendary, maybe FIFA should reconsider its lineup priorities. Who knew soccer and slapstick were a match made in America?
Australia bans under 16 social media use. Young nationals claim it drives kids to riskier platforms.
Spotify streams of Rehab hit 1 billion. When refusing rehab becomes a cultural rallying cry, it's clear that authenticity, not conformity, sells records in a world that loves a comeback.
When a national strategy reads like a Mad Lib's fever dream, maybe it's time to question who's holding the pen. Turns out coherence isn't as strategic as they thought.
President Trump hosts Congo and Rwanda leaders, labels it a peace push while selling arms to their neighbors.
When Trump's peace talks come with a side of weapons, you have to wonder if he's aiming for a Nobel or a clearance sale.
Nine loops claim top spots for 2025. Prices range from $14 to $35. Promise slippery satisfaction. For those still living in the dark ages of friction, these silky saviors promise to turn your love life into a slip and slide of joy.
Groyper movement seeks redemption online, but self-sabotage remains their only consistent achievement. Attempting to save a Groyper from self-destruction is like trying to teach a cat to bark, futile, and, ultimately, a waste of perfectly good catnip.
Freddie Mercury's debut solo album sells nostalgia, but fails to rival Thriller's moonwalk magic. Freddie's attempt to channel Thriller was like trying to turn a cat into a lion. All the feline flair, none of the roar.
The billionaire Sternout offers 58 billion euros of ammo to EU, calls it peacekeeping. The arms dealer's paradox, selling enough firepower to flatten a continent while claiming it's all in the name of harmony.
U.S. government spends over $10 billion weekly on debt, yet calls it fiscal responsibility. Turns out, the real American dream is waking up to find your wallet lighter than your government's promises of fiscal prudence.
Ukrainian drones hit Russia's Ryazan oil refinery, and Moscow labels it a peaceful exchange of ideas. When your neighbour's version of Let's Talk involves precision technology and a refinery, diplomacy's taking a backseat to pyrotechnics.
Federal Reserve fuels. Stock market rise by hinting at rate cuts contradicting their inflation-fighting stance. The Fed's like a gambler on speed dial, promising restraint while dealing out rate cuts like poker chips in a high-stakes game.
Trump to lower fuel economy standards, claiming it's a win for the environment. It's like saying a cheeseburger diet is great for your heart because it comes with a side of lettuce.
Scientists developed vaccines stopping allergies in mice for a year, labeling it a breakthrough. If only we could vaccinate against the allergic reaction of politicians to truth and transparency.
Google issues. When the fox guards the hen house and sends out memos about the wolves, you know you're in for a wild ride.
Only 20% of Venezuelans back Machado, and the government calls it democracy at work.
FBI arrests Brian Cole Jr. for 2021 DC pipe bomb case, 2 years after the crime. Justice may be slow, but it's faster than most government websites.
When doctors leave the frail teetering at the edge, it's less a healthcare system and more a game of human Jenga.
No 10 postpones 4 England mayoral elections, claims it's just a scheduling hiccup.
FBI nabs suspect in January 2021 DC pipe bomb case, 2 years after explosion-free suspense. Turns out, justice is slower than a snail on sedatives, but at least it's got a sense of direction.
PIMCO defies Sell America frenzy, profits from Trump's tariff tantrum. When Wall Street's betting against you, sometimes doubling down on chaos is the real jackpot strategy.
Simon Cowell apologizes for past harshness, blames his sharp tongue on caffeine. Turns out, years of crushing dreams with a British accent might just be a side effect of too many espressos.
QAnon pedophile conspiracy resurrects to torment Trump like a bad horror movie sequel nobody asked for.
Macron urges Xi to bridge differences, proposes a French-Chinese fusion of diplomacy and croissants. When the going gets tough, the tough start a pastry-based peace summit. Nothing says unity like flaky layers and strategic partnerships.
Reform UK welcomes first peer after Conservative defection, calling it a historic pivot.
Polish trams collide, injuring over 30, labeled a minor disruption. Because when 30 people end up bruised and battered on their morning commute, it's just a minor hiccup in the grand scheme of public transit chaos.
EU Commissioner backs Parliament over governments on chat control, calling it a win for democracy while privacy advocates cringe. In a plot twist worthy of a soap opera, the EU champions privacy by endorsing more surveillance, because who doesn't love a little irony with their morning coffee?
Real Madrid chances athletic Bilbao 3-0, celebrated as just another day.
South Korea's president denies nuclear ambitions while signing submarine deal, calls it a peace initiative. When a nation buys a warship and calls it a dove, you know it's time to redefine peaceful intentions.
US and EU Minerals project threatens thousands in DRC, yet they dub it a stride towards sustainable development. When progress bulldozes homes, you have to wonder if the next green revolution is powered by irony instead of lithium.
Johns Hopkins Medicine uses new brain imaging to capture rapid cell communication, claims it's a breakthrough. When science plays freeze tag with brain cells, maybe we're finally catching up to problems we only used to chase.
Palestinian ex-prisoner turned novelist Bassam Kandakji wins literary acclaim, but freedom is his real plot twist. From prison bars to bestseller list, Kandakji's narrative arc suggests that sometimes the pen is mightier than the prison sentence.
National Institutes of Health cuts grant funding by 20%, still calls it commitment to science. When health research gets less cash than a B-list movie, progress becomes a plot twist nobody wanted.
Sudan's military ruler claims no ties to Muslim Brotherhood.
ICE detains nearly 75,000 people, sends criminal records, calling it a triumph in public safety. When innocence becomes a target, you have to wonder if the real crime is simply breathing without the right papers.
Trump pardons Democrat Henry Cuellar, calls it a Biden witch hunt. When the political cauldron bubbles, it seems pardons are now just another spell in Trump's book of tricks.
Fox News' Pete Hegseth tells military to ignore illegal orders. Video resurfaces after 2 years.
Trump demands tiny Japanese-style cars for the US while slashing fuel efficiency standards, aiming to make America less efficient again. It's like demanding a diet soda with your double cheeseburger. Contradictory, but hey, at least the cup holders will still fit.
RT Network launches in India with Putin's blessing, calling it a cultural exchange. Because nothing says cultural exchange like a side of state-sponsored propaganda with your samosas.
The Grinch of inflation steals more than stockings. It's snatching jobs from under the tree, leaving small businesses with nothing but coal.
Only 5% of surf bands make waves beyond their hit, yet the surf riders nail the 60s vibe. In a sea of forgotten riffs, this band rides the nostalgia wave, proving that some echoes never fade, just like salt in your hair.
Poland's foreign minister invites Elon Musk to Mars for Nazi salutes after Musk suggests abolishing the EU, taking diplomatic shade to interstellar levels. In a cosmic twist of irony, Musk's vision for a unified Mars may start with the one-man mission of self-exile, complete with a salute to absurdity.
UN chief demands Ukraine's peace deal obeys laws, as if war ever played by rules. In a world where bombs rewrite boundaries, expecting treaties to follow legalese is like asking a hurricane for permission to blow.
Johnson frustrates Republicans as key issues expose rifts, while unity remains as mythical as Bigfoot riding a unicorn.
US vaccine panel votes to roll back hepatitis B shots for babies because why start life with immunity? Rolling back progress faster than a politician's promise, this move suggests we prefer our newborns to have a fighting chance against the odds, not disease.
Researchers capture Lazarus T's remote worker scheme live, proving even cybercriminals are embracing work-from-home flexibility. In a world where hackers clock in from cozy couches, it's clear that the only thing more adaptable than malware is our ever-innovative criminal workforce.
Putin outmaneuvers Trump in geopolitical chess, leaving the US president looking like a pawn in need of a strategy. When you're stuck playing tic-tac-toe while your opponent is 4 moves ahead in chess, it's time to question who's really calling checkmate.
US deploys military near Venezuela, calling it a peacekeeping measure. When warships dock with friendship flags, the world learns that diplomacy now comes with a side of cannonballs and just a dash of hypocrisy.
Rio Tinto slashes $6.2 million in cost, labels it innovation. Apparently, squeezing pennies from rock faces is the new frontier of innovation. Who knew that progress is just another word for fewer jobs and bigger bonuses?
Microsoft blocks unauthorized scripts in Entra ID logins, promising cyber peace with a 2026 update. When your security plan is as solid as a wet paper bag, even a band-aid looks like a breakthrough.
Only 30% of music fans choose CeCe Winans for Oh Holy Night, and Mariah's still the Queen of Christmas. When the diva leaves the room, the rest scramble for her glittery crown, but can any of them truly slay the holiday spirit like Mariah?
Indian sugar exporters demand higher global prices to boost sales, but the world's sweet tooth remains unswayed by their economic cravings. Like a kid with a candy jar just out of reach, these sugar moguls are hoping the world will pay more for their confectionery dreams. Will the market bite, or is it just empty calories?
Only 20% of North Sumatra's homes had cyclone proofing, and survivors call the wreckage a predictable tragedy. When your survival plan hinges on kicking loved ones awake, maybe it's time for infrastructure that doesn't need divine intervention.
Four countries exit the 2026 Eurovision contest over Israel's participation, turning harmony into discord on the global stage. When music becomes a battleground, you know it's more than just about catchy tunes and flashy costumes.
Kevin Hart demands more applause at World Cup draw, and the audience responds with awkward silence. When your comedic timing runs out before the punchline, even the world's biggest stage can't save a desperate plea for validation.
Media group sues Pentagon over new reporting rules invoking First Amendment rights to challenge the military's narrative lockdown. When the watchdogs are muzzled, democracy starts to sound like a whimper. The Pentagon might learn that the First Amendment wasn't written in invisible ink.
Turns out, selling off a national carrier is cheaper than a fleet of broomsticks. Who knew sky-high losses were such a grounded business model?
David Ellison cozies up to Trump officials while Netflix bids highest for Warner Bros. Discovery, because who needs ethics when you have entertainment? When billion-dollar deals are brokered over handshakes and backroom whispers, democracy is just a sideshow in this glitzy circus of power.
Only 7 years after her death, Dawn Sturgis's family sees her exonerated from blame in the Novichok poisoning. Nothing says justice like waiting nearly a decade for the wheels of bureaucracy to grind out a basic truth. Rest easy, Dawn, the system finally caught up.
A Russian Governor drone crashes in Moldova. Locals turn it into a DIY parts emporium. When life gives you drones, make spare parts. Moldova's industrious spirit just redefined recycling, one downed drone at a time. Who needs official salvage operations when you've got the penny ingenuity?
Bank of America predicts S&P 500 rally fizzles out by 2026 after milking 3 years of double-digit euphoria.
Trump appoints prosecutors, watches legal strategy implode spectacularly. It's like watching a courtroom circus where the clowns are in charge. When your legal dream team becomes a punchline, maybe it's time to reconsider your casting choices, Donnie.
When your political backbone is flimsier than a wet noodle, calling for courage feels like asking for a miracle. Progressives aren't purity obsessed, they're just tired of spinelessness masquerading as pragmatism.
First Brands Group confuses customers, bankruptcy turns into a who to pay guessing game.
Meta defends addictive design for kids, claims it's just good business. When your product's best feature is that it's as addictive as sugar-coated crack, maybe it's time to rethink your corporate strategy. Meta's motto, hook 'em young, hook 'em forever.
U.S. Supreme Court approved gerrymandered map ensures democracy's slow strangulation. When the game is rigged by the referees, you have to wonder if the sport's still worth cheering for.
Macron urges Xi for action on Ukraine and trade balance, but whispers to his croissant that Xi's all ears and no action. When you're asking for global balance from a leader who prefers scales tipped his way, you're just rearranging deck chairs on the Titanic.
Reform UK dismisses racism claims against Farage, calls them made-up twaddle. When your defense strategy is it was just banter, you're basically admitting to the crime with a wink and a nudge.
Meta buys AI wearable Limitless, known for pendants that spy on chats, and calls it innovation. Because nothing screams future of personal tech like a necklace that turns your private whispers into corporate data streams.
Miami's suburb demands military strikes on Maduro, while America waves a white flag. Apparently, some folks in Florida missed the Peace is Trending memo. When did suburbia become the new war room, armed with lawn chairs and misguided machismo?
Sabrina Carpenter blames Disney for backlash over her sexy lyrics, and she's right, 12-year-olds don't sign their own contracts. Apparently, society's fine with child stars growing up, but heaven forbid they have agency or adult thoughts.
Hong Kong holds election amid mourning, showcasing democracy's resilience over grief. When your city's political pulse is taken with one hand and a fire extinguisher with the other, it's a poignant dance of
India seeks bids for $7 billion IDBI bank stake, calling it privatization progress. Selling off your distressed family heirloom to the highest bidder might sound like progress, but it's really just capitalism's yard sale.
Frank Zappa's "How Could I Be Such a Fool" serenades us with doo-wop charm, proving even rock rebels can croon like they mean it. In a world where auto-tune reigns supreme, Zappa's genuine angst reminds us that real emotions don't need digital crutches.
Dinosaur mummy discovered with hooves and hidden crest, rewriting prehistoric fashion norms. Move over, Fashion Week. Prehistoric chic just dropped, complete with a crest and hooves. Looks like even dinosaurs had their own runway secrets.
Trump vows to deport U.S. citizens, defying constitutional limits, in a plot twist worthy of a dystopian novel. The president toys with citizenship like a toddler with Legos, oblivious to the pieces that don't fit his fantasy.
When your handshake costs more than a private island, you know someone's pulling the strings tighter than a corset.
Hawksmoor CEO boasts 60,000 holiday bookings, claims it's the new British tradition. When your steakhouse defies the apocalypse by becoming the Yuletide temple, you've either mastered the art of beef or the magic of marketing. Who knew the way to survival was through a perfectly seared ribeye?
When your dance floor turns into a funeral pyre, it's not just sparks that fly, it's the illusion of safety that goes up in smoke.
Atlantic editors declare 10 books as must-reads, call it literary triumph. In a world where everyone's a critic, these editors claim to have the crystal ball for timeless prose. Let's hope they're not just selling bookmarks with delusions of grandeur.
When your kid's out of school and your friend's out of patience, a little empathy isn't just a band-aid, it's a lifeline.
Pentagon insists Russian drone threat is neutralized, yet Starlink Mini found on downed drone. Looks like the Pentagon's got a new definition for neutralized, which apparently includes still operational. Maybe they're using the same dictionary as Elon Musk's PR team.
State abortion bans risk lives in emergencies. Study shows, despite federal law mandating emergency care access, it seems the land of the free has redefined emergency to mean when it's politically convenient. Women's lives are now tangled in red tape and rhetoric. God bless America, right?
In a world drowning in playlists and algorithms, every new release is a scream into the void, hoping for an echo of validation.
Trump halts immigration from 19 countries. Lawmakers slam move as scapegoating entire nationalities. When in doubt, blame the rest of the world. It's like solving a Rubik's Cube by throwing it out the window. America first, empathy last.
CDC advisory panel rolls back universal hepatitis B vaccine recommendation, calling it a strategic adjustment. In a bold move of retro innovation, they've decided the best way to fight a virus is to simply hope it forgets we're here.
Macron denies warning Ukraine of U.S. betrayal, insists on transatlantic unity. In a world of whispers, Macron's shouting unity while holding a no-trust sign behind his back. Diplomacy or just a reality show plot twist?
Democrat claims Trump battles major medical crisis, but White House insists it's just allergies. Cue the conspiracy theories. Is it a sniffle or the start of an epic saga of denial? Either way, the plot thickens like a bad soap opera.
Bank of England identifies AI and lending as major financial risks, then continues investing in both. It's a bit like fearing a fire while hurling gasoline into the flames, bold, reckless, and a tad too flammable for comfort.
Senator Moreno introduces bill to end dual citizenship, claiming it's all or nothing. Because why have a global perspective when you can just double down on isolationism? Let's see how that plays out in the land of the free and the home of the brave.
Disney's latest animated kids movie wins Best Romance, leaving rom-coms reeling when even cartoon characters have better chemistry than Hollywood's finest. You know the love industry needs a reboot. Maybe the secret is in the animation or just real emotion.
Oh, the agony of gifting a plastic palace, while your eco-warrior heart weeps for the planet. It's the ultimate clash of generations. Greta Thunberg meets Malibu Barbie.
Epstein's Island photos feature wall masks, truth still masked. Nothing like a little interior decorating horror to remind us that justice is still on vacation. Maybe the masks are there to cover the shame that never quite reached the courtroom.
Scarlett Johansson considers role in The Batman Part 2, adding Oscar shine to Gotham's dark alleys. Fashion.
Deep sea mining tests harm 1/3 of seabed animals. Call it progress.
Kazakhstan and France finalize Airbus deal, just in time for climate change.
The FIFA World Cup 2026 draw overshadows Trump's Nobel Peace Prize bid, as if the world needed more surreal plot twists. When the beautiful game meets the bizarre theater of politics, you get a spectacle where the real goal is keeping a straight face.
US Health Panel scraps hepatitis B vaccine for newborns, claiming ignorance is the best immunity. Apparently protecting livers isn't a priority when you can just cross your fingers and hope for the best.
French left leader Emile Chon opposes war with Russia, calls it peace. Because nothing screams peaceful intentions like clarifying you don't want to start a war. Next up, stating the obvious is a revolutionary act.
Who knew progress was just a luxury item in the drug aisle, wrapped in red tape and yen signs?
Four countries boycott Eurovision over Israel's inclusion as EBU refuses to hold exclusion vote. When a song contest becomes a battleground, maybe it's time to question if music really is the universal language or just static.
Looks like the biggest job creators are now the biggest job eliminators. Who needs stability when you have surprise economic gymnastics?
California Pesticide Agency considers easing restrictions on toxic rat poisons despite wildlife deaths. Who needs a balanced ecosystem when you can have a rat-free, albeit lionless, backyard? It's nature's way of saying, whoops, my bad.
Wave Z unleashes What Did You Wear Last Night with Italian grunge flair, promising to redefine your playlist. When your playlist needs a revolution, not a resolution, Wave Z is here to shred the old and stitch the new.
IFFI awards Trump their own Peace Prize after his Nobel snub.
Qatar Airways appoints Hamad Ali Qatar CEO, then praises Almir's 2-year sprint. Like a high-stakes game of musical chairs, Qatar Airways swaps leaders faster than a budget airline swaps peanuts.
Only 20% of designed metallohydrolases work, and scientists call it progress. In the game of molecular musical chairs, even enzymes get a participation trophy when only a fifth of them manage to find a seat.
Rand Paul accuses Marco Rubio of secret Venezuelan plot, then claims it's all for democracy. In the political soap opera of US senators, the drama is as thick as their hair gel, but democracy's definition seems to have slipped into the spin cycle.
Meta slashes metaverse funding. Stocks hold steady despite virtual reality dreams vanishing into thin air. The metaverse was supposed to be the next big thing, but it seems even virtual reality can't escape the cold, hard reality of budget cuts.
Rep. Dan Goldman targets the rich with new tax on securities-backed loans, promises it will level the playing field. Goldman's plan to tax the wealthiest is like asking a fox to guard the henhouse. It sounds good until you realize who's counting the chickens.
Violet Grohl drops debut single Thumb, proving rock royalty doesn't need a crown to make noise. With a lineup like a festival roster, Violet's got more backing than most governments and probably more talent too.
Only 8% of Finland's population thinks they're unhappy, and the government calls it success. Finland's happiness index is like claiming victory in a snowball fight. Everyone's cold, but at least they're smiling through the frostbite.
Polish parliament attempts veto override for dog chaining ban, while the president's leash remains firmly in place. When dogs have more advocates than people, you know the real underdogs are in office.
It's like Musk found a way to launch Wall Street into orbit, where gravity and logic are just optional extras.
Only 30% of South Floridians have affordable healthcare, and Congress calls it progress. It's a dystopian carnival where the prize for surviving is a ticket to the next round of medical bankruptcy.
OpenAI trains AI to confess bad behavior, yet humans still struggle with accountability. When machines start owning up to their sins, maybe it's time for politicians to download an upgrade.
Trump disrupts nuclear policy meeting with a penis joke, then wonders why global diplomacy is flaccid. It's like hiring a clown to perform brain surgery, except the clown's running the operating room and the patient is world peace.
Santa Claus hijacks the NSA's naughty list, then sells the data to Meta for a sleigh upgrade. When your jolly old elf turns into a data mining mogul, expect your Christmas cheer to come with a side of targeted ads.
Bank of America predicts commodities boom, claims Trump's policies will outshine bonds next year. If gold is the new black, then Wall Street's about to strut down the runway of economic delusion.
KKR plans to acquire Octo's stake, then claims it's for the love of the game. When private equity smells profit in the locker room, expect your favorite team to play more for share prices than championships.
U.S. neo-Nazi leader vows revenge for arrest, proving irony is still alive. When your ideology is stuck in the past, every arrest feels like a personal affront to your twisted nostalgia tour.
Hawaii's Kilauea erupts again, but National Guard focuses on healing after shooting. Volcanoes and violence, just another day on Earth, where even Mother Nature's tantrums can't distract from human-made chaos.
Omar Suleiman urges vocal support for Gaza, but silence always favors the oppressor.
Trump uses Sabrina Carpenter's song for ICE video, sparking fan outrage and calls for lawsuits. In the world of remixing, nothing screams desperation like a political agenda riding the coattails of a pop hit, hoping to catch some of that youthful sparkle.
Trump administration cuts MLK Day and Juneteenth from free park entry, claims budget constraints. When honoring freedom becomes too expensive, maybe it's time to audit the moral ledger instead of the financial one.
France reveals Thunder rocket as Himmer's rival, yet still can't launch without a baguette in hand. In a classic case of my missile's bigger than yours, France aims to extend its reach while ensuring soldiers have something to snack on during deployment.
Turns out when you hand a kid a shiny screen, they don't suddenly become a tiny Einstein. Instead, they're leveling up in Fortnite while parents dream of a textbook renaissance.
Reddit user posts cuneiform titled Music Link claims it makes listeners feel whole and prosperous. In a world where emojis rule, someone's bringing back ancient scripts to make prosperity trending again. Who knew Mesopotamia had a Spotify playlist?
Country star stabs himself post-cocaine and whiskey cocktail, but fans insist it's just another verse in his outlaw ballad. When you're living the country music stereotype to the hilt, you might end up writing your own hospital ballad. Maybe next time he'll swap the knife for a guitar pick.
Trump denounces Democrats' disloyalty after pardon as Quella runs again without switching parties. The sweet scent of transactional politics where a pardon is just a handshake away from a party swap. Who knew loyalty was so transactional?
Daddy Yankee unleashes Gasolina, again igniting nostalgia for when reggaeton first fueled dance floors. Just when you thought you were safe from early 2000s club bangers, Daddy Yankee revs up the engine and proves that some beats never run out of gas.
Court unveils 9-on-a-call audio that incriminated Luigi Mangione, sparking a courtroom drama. In a world where justice is served by the decibel, Mangione's fate now rests on the echoes of a frantic call, and you thought your voicemail was incriminating.
Katy Perry posts cozy photos with Justin Trudeau on Instagram, igniting a frenzy of speculation. When pop meets politics, you get a duet that's more headline than harmony. Who knew international relations could look so filtered?
UK government postpones mayoral elections in 4 English areas, citing unforeseen circumstances. Translation: democracy's on hold while we figure out how to keep it from being inconvenient. Who needs a ballot box when you've got bureaucracy?
Edipetizern, Stuttgart, Midcore, Feuerwerk, Fernsanzigeiger, Bandgeschichte, and News Album Blood Covenant. Mit der Precision 1 Pyromanente, die Energie 1 entfesselten, Volkens beweist, Edipet das Vansigjaya, near der Anfang einer immer wilder, weiternden Party sind.
Self-checkout stations multiply, promising efficiency but delivering isolation. It's the modern age of grocery shopping. You do all the work, robots get all the credit, and social skills are as dusty as the canned goods aisle.
Washington strings along 43% of voters, then calls it democracy. In the carnival of power, it's not the marionettes who pull the strings, but the puppeteers who dance to the tune of their own greed.
NASA satellites detect Thwaites glacier collapse and climate deniers blame solar flares. As the ice melts into oblivion, maybe it's time for beach fund property investors to rethink their strategy or invest in snorkels.
Apple Music adds Ace Spades and Sydney Brain to top playlists, and the algorithm sheds a tear.
Netflix buys Warner Bros. For $72 billion, calls it synergy. When the credits roll, it's not about entertainment, it's about monopolizing your screen time and selling your soul one binge at a time.
Scientists extend elderly male mice lifespan by 70% using drug combo, but female mice get the cold shoulder. Apparently, the fountain of youth only flows for those with whiskers and a Y chromosome. Ladies, will just have to keep waiting for our magic potion.
Moldova asks Romania for electricity aid after Russian attacks, then calls it an emergency. It's like asking your neighbor for a flashlight when a bully keeps blowing out your candles. Moldova's power struggle just got literal.
Chiropractors adjust Ma's backbone, but the spine remains crooked. When your foundation is built on backcracking, don't be surprised if the structure still creaks. Ma's alignment needs more than a quick fix.
Only 5% of toddlers avoid social media, and tech giants call it engagement. When preschoolers are swiping before they can spell, we are raising a generation that thinks the cloud is their imaginary friend.
Finland celebrates 108 years of independence and the snow still falls. While the nation toasts its freedom, the ice reminds everyone that nothing warms the heart like defying the freeze.
Secretary of Defense Pete Hegseth bans beards on Asia trip, citing military discipline. Behind the razor-sharp directive lies Hegseth's own prickly history with facial hair, a personal vendetta against whiskers that defies all logic and decorum.
FlexPower's AI boom with sky-high hardware demand, yet wages for assembly line workers remain stagnant.
Only 30% of YouTube links work, and algorithms call it optimization. In the labyrinth of the internet, even the simplest hyperlink can become a tripwire, leading us down rabbit holes of broken dreams and buffering wheels.
Miley Cyrus reveals her aversion to fake plants on Kimmel, then spots one sitting right there. Kimmel's desk decor turns out to be as artificial as Hollywood's sincerity, proving even pop stars aren't immune to set design faux pas.
When tech-savvy foxes turn to cyber mischief, even video calls become a Trojan horse, proving that not all innovation comes with a progress bar.
Nigel Farage refuses to apologize after racism allegations, claims innocence with a side of offense. The classic oopsie is my bad defense, because nothing says sincerity like insisting your foot just accidentally slipped into your mouth. Again.
Perfume drops sweet donuts with 0 calories, but listeners gain a sugar high. In a world where pop hooks are the new carbs, Sweet Donuts proves that sometimes empty calories are exactly what you crave for a dance floor fix.
New research suggests a volcanic eruption led to the Black Death, but no one blames the lava. The volcano defense. Because when it comes to pandemics, why not point fingers at the guy who's all fire and brimstone instead of, the actual plague?
AI-generated bridge collapse image cancels trains, proving pixels can derail reality. When an algorithm's artistic flair stops your commute, we realize the real threat isn't AI taking jobs. It's AI taking trains off tracks with a digital brushstroke.
Jeremy O. Harris faces drug charges in Japan, yet slave play breaks more taboos than his alleged stash. When your art smashes boundaries, sometimes life insists on matching the drama. Maybe Japan just couldn't handle the theatrical high Harris brings to the stage.
University of Pretoria professor claims xenophobia runs the world, then wonders why the world runs from his classroom. When "I don't want them in our country" becomes a lecture topic, it's less about political correctness and more about the professor missing the global village bus.
Pentagon awards Trump Jr. linked drone company multi-million-dollar contract, claims it's about innovation, not nepotism. When drones are piloted by connections rather than technology, it's more about keeping the family business airborne than national security.
Franklin Templeton predicts 6% UK bond yields, calls it a budget reckoning. When your national budget reads like a financial horror story, 6% yields are just the opening credits.
Only 20% of Social Security recipients fully understand how foreign benefits impact payments, and the SSA calls it transparency. In the land of calculated confusion, it seems the only thing more complex than retirement is understanding how your own benefits get tangled in bureaucratic red tape.
HSBC appoints Brendan Nelson as chair, then calls it a fresh start. The corporate carousel spins again, where safe pair of hands is code for don't rock the yacht, we're perfectly fine with the status quo.
State Department loses legal staff, Trump-era violations poised to multiply. It's like giving the fox the keys to the henhouse, then wondering why the feathers are flying.
Hakeem Jeffries praises Trump's crackdown, then undercuts his own party. When your opposition leader gives your opponent a high five, it's like bringing a water gun to a flamethrower fight. Everyone gets burned, but only one side's laughing.
President Steinmeier visits UK royals, while German taxpayers foot the bill. The timeless tradition of waving at crowns while everyone else waves goodbye to their hard-earned cash.
Core PC When inflation falls like a feather, they throw a parade. Meanwhile, your rent is still a raging inferno and groceries are a luxury.
Only 50% of siblings get equal inheritance, and parents call it fairness. When fairness means tossing $250,000 to one kid and a real estate carrot to the other, who needs family therapy?
Israel tests military tech in Gaza, then sells it globally.
War as a showroom, where human suffering becomes the demo reel for the latest in death-dealing gadgets. Who knew innovation could be so dystopian?
Canada declares Stellantis in default over Jeep move, blames broken promises. When your ex takes the good car and leaves you with the rest bucket, it's not just a breakup, it's a breach of contract. Maple leaves fall, and so do corporate facades.
New York City proposes free buses solves congestion by adding chaos. Because nothing screams urban planning genius like turning buses into free-for-all sardine cans, where the only thing moving slower than traffic is common sense.
Researchers discover animal communities 6 miles deep, call it a new frontier. Turns out, the Mariana Trench is the ultimate gated community, where the HOA fees are non-existent, but the pressure is killer. Welcome to the Abyssal Neighborhood Watch.
Chancellor Murray's visits Israel, calls it a friendship tour despite frayed ties. Germany and Israel's relationship is like a mismatched buddy cop movie. Awkward handshakes and tense smiles, hoping no one spills the diplomatic popcorn.
Only 5% of Romanian folk songs reach mainstream playlists, and Spotify calls it diversity. Because nothing says cultural appreciation like algorithmic oblivion, where rich traditions are buried under a landslide of cookie-cutter pop.
US fast-tracks visas for sports fans, ignores refugee backlog. Apparently, watching a ball game is more urgent than escaping war. Who knew stadium nachos outrank survival in the Visa Olympics?
Russia targets Piechenyi Dam with missiles. Ukraine improvises defenses. When your neighbor's idea of diplomacy is a missile barrage, it's time to upgrade your sandbags and start questioning their hobby choices.
EU Food Safety Agency discovers toxic chemicals in 90% of European cereals, calls it a minor concern. Because breakfast just got a whole lot more exciting when your cornflakes come with a side of eternal toxicity. Bon appétit, Europe.
Putin promises uninterrupted oil shipments to India while ignoring the global climate crisis. When your friendship is based on fossil fuels, it's less about stabilizing forces and more about who can hold their breath longer as the planet warms.
Country Garden appoints new co-chairman to strengthen leadership, then faces mounting debt crisis. It's like rearranging the deck chairs on the Titanic, but with more business suits and fewer lifeboats. Who needs stability when you can have a corporate reshuffle?
Trump envoy Kellogg claims Ukraine's peace deal is really close while the war continues unabated. When peace is always just around the corner, it starts to feel like
Scientists teleport information using light, but banks still struggle with basic cybersecurity. It's like inventing the warp drive while still losing your keys in a black hole. Quantum leaps in tech, but your bank account's still in the Stone Age.
AFA awards Trump a fictional peace prize. hoping he'll stop pestering about the Nobel. Handing out a peace prize from FIFA is like giving a gold medal for synchronized swimming to a fish out of water, both absurd and desperate.
Bombing a medicine warehouse, because nothing says winning like depriving civilians of antibiotics and aspirin. How heroic, right?
Hegseth claims he'd order a second strike on a Caribbean vessel, proving restraint is just a rumor. In a world where diplomacy is a forgotten art, some folks think military might is the only brush worth wielding. Who needs peace when you can paint the seas with chaos?
Sydney Sweeney's hairstylist slams critic over stiff wig jab, proving even hair can spark a fashion feud. In a world where wigs waltz down red carpets, one stylist's defense of stiff strands becomes high drama, because nothing says high stakes like follicular friction.
Cake demands a short skirt and long jacket, but the real question is, can fashion keep up with alt-rock's quirky standards? In a universe where sartorial choices define rock anthems, the balance of hemline and outerwear becomes a lyrical paradox, because who knew fashion was the real rock star?
Lateral releases Falling Down as a rock anthem, but Gravity's still undefeated. In the grand battle against Newton's law, Lateral delivers a soundtrack for our inevitable descent, proving rock can still break your fall, if not your spirit.
Because nothing says trust like a diplomatic denial delivered from the other side of the globe. Is this a political game or just a new French farce?
Hakeem Jeffries praises Trump's latest pardon, and critics are roasting him like a Thanksgiving turkey with a side of irony.
Like a sweet tooth with a drum machine, Cotton Candy Industrialist crafts a soundscape where even the legendary Michael Caine might find himself dancing in a sugar rush haze.
Qatar draws with Syria despite 18-goal attempts, proving that in soccer, hope is just as slippery as a greased-up football. Qatar's dreams of glory are like a mirage in the desert, tempting but always just out of reach.
Kremlin praises Trump's security strategy, aligning it with Russia's vision, while Ukraine's skies light up like a 4th of July gone wrong. When your national security strategy gets a thumbs up from the Kremlin, maybe it's time to rethink who you're aligning with.
UBS Global Wealth Management reports 287 new billionaires in 2025, calls it a vintage year. In a world where the rich keep getting richer, the US proves that wealth is the only thing trickling down right into the pockets of the already affluent.
Man faces charges aiding Manchester synagogue attacker, but not for the actual attack, because complicity is just a side gig these days.
FFear announces World Cup 2026 draw results, promises fairness while ticket prices soar. The beautiful game continues its tradition of making fans pay through the nose, all while promising a level playing field on the pitch.
HBO Max's heated rivalry melts screens with steamy hockey drama, proving ice rinks are just as hot as any boudoir when scripted by thirst. In a world where hockey sticks double as Cupid's arrows, The only thing getting more action than the puck is the audience's imagination.
Home Office admits facial recognition text troubles with Black and Asian faces, calls it a minor glitch in their surveillance utopia. In the grand dystopian scene, who knew diversity would be the Achilles heel of Big Brother's all-seeing eye?
Android malware drains bank accounts, but tech giants assure users they are committed to security. While your savings vanish faster than a magician's rabbit, Big Tech continues to pledge their unwavering dedication to keeping you safe.
Navy Admiral denies kill-all order in attack that killed drug boat survivors, insists it was just an unfortunate misunderstanding. Apparently, the military's new strategy is to redefine friendly fire as a communication breakdown. Who knew the fog of war was actually a smokescreen?
FIFA plans to award Trump FIFA Peace Prize because irony is the new black. In a world where words mean nothing and actions even less, the Peace Prize becomes just another accessory in the Emperor's wardrobe.
Ozzy Osbourne posthumously receives Birmingham Lord Mayor's Award on what would have been his 77th birthday, proving you can still rock the afterlife. Even in death, Ozzy's still getting more recognition than most rock stars do alive. No rest for the wicked indeed.
Republicans face internal party issues, proving unity is more fragile than their tax cuts. When your biggest threat is your own reflection, maybe it's time to stop blaming the mirror and start questioning the frame.
EU hits Elon Musk's ex with $140 million fine, calling it a gentle reminder to play nice with European laws. When a slap on the wrist costs more than most countries' GDP, you know Musk's playing in a different sandbox.
Drone strike by RSF and ally on Sudan. Preschool kills over 100, including dozens of children, in a tragic echo of failed diplomacy. When the playground becomes a battlefield, it's clear the world's leaders are still stuck in timeout, unable to learn from their mistakes.
Trump's health rumors swirl online while he declares himself invincible. When your ego's the size of a skyscraper, even a paper cut can feel like a wrecking ball.
US export controls on China falter, allowing billions in tech to slip through, yet officials praise their effectiveness. When your sieve masquerades as a wall, even the most earnest speeches can't patch the digital drain pouring profits into Beijing's lap.
UK and Norway signed naval pact, claiming it's not Cold War deja vu. With a joint Type 26 force, they'll patrol the North Atlantic, ensuring the seas are safe from whatever it is they're pretending isn't a threat.
Mahmoud Damondani critiques US politics, linking Zoran's rise to colonial legacies. Yet Washington claims progress with the same old playbook. When colonial roots entwine with modern ambitions, the fruit is bitter, but Washington insists it's just the new normal.
South Africa extends Erasmus' contract bets on rugby immortality, keeping him until 2031. They're banking on his magic touch and hoping he's not the only one who can play the long game.
Olympic flame reaches Italy, but ticket prices rival gold medals. As the torch passes, so does the cash, turning the Olympic spirit into a spectator sport for the wealthy elite.
Pat Gelsinger seeks federal aid to save Moore's Law while tech giants hoard profit. Silicon Valley's
When the industry's nostalgia machine runs out of steam, they'll have to invent a new way to sell us our own memories.
Trump's war chest funds Utah race democracy on clearance sale. In a state where the Great Salt Lake isn't the only thing evaporating, Utah becomes the testing ground for how far money can stretch truth.
Only 10% of sci-fi novels hit bestseller status, and publishers call it a triumph of the imagination.
Spotify demands listen for listen, calls it engagement. In a world where streaming platforms turn artists into digital buskers, Spotify turns mutual exploitation into a feature, not a bug.
Sean Baker directs Michelle Yeoh in a short film, then calls it a cinematic revolution. When Hollywood says short film, it means they ran out of budget but still want an award.
Netflix buys Warner Brothers for $72 billion, calls it a blockbuster sequel. When you're tired of streaming wars, buy the studio instead and rewrite the script.
Russian troops trapped in kill zone, then Ukraine reclaims Ivanivka in a bold counterattack. When the invaders are caught like deer in headlights, Ukraine reminds the world that David didn't just face Goliath, he outsmarted him.
Saudi Arabia boosts Aston Martin F1 stake, shifts gears from oil to octane. It's not just about fast cars, it's about revving up a new image while the planet idles in neutral.
Senators reveal Trump's fascist playbook. Then he writes a sequel with extra chapters. Trump's plot twist: democracy as a choose-your-own narrative adventure, starring himself as both hero and victim.
Louvre water leak ruins hundreds of artifacts. Then museum official calls it a minor setback. When a museum claims a minor setback, it's just a fancy way of saying they failed art preservation 101. Maybe next they'll try bubble wrap.
Netflix acquires Warner Brothers, claims it found its soul in a corporate merger. Apparently, binge-watching Harry Potter reruns is how Netflix plans to summon a personality.
CDC advisors postpone hepatitis B vaccine vote for infants. Claim procrastination is a strategy.
Diplomacy in one hand, artillery in the other. It's like trying to negotiate peace while juggling grenades.
Jimmy Fallon interviews Sydney Sweeney, reaching new lows in pop culture.
When late-night banter feels like a lobotomy, you know we've hit the cultural Mariana Trench. Who knew brain rot had a primetime slot?
U.S. ski resorts expect international visitor, nosedive, blame political climate for icy reception. Seems like the only thing colder than the slopes this winter is America's diplomatic relations.
DOJ claims ChatGPT fueled stalkers' delusions. Podcaster Brett Michael Dedig faces 70 years and $3.5 million fine. When AI becomes your hype man, you know the apocalypse has a tech support line.
Bethlehem lights Christmas tree, ignoring Gaza war realities. When a tree lighting becomes an act of defiance, you know peace on earth is as elusive as finding a silent night in a war zone.
12 hip-hop rookies redefine the beat, but the industry's still a circus. When the future sounds like the past, just louder, it's either genius or deja vu with the best line.
Afghanistan and Pakistan exchange artillery fire. Peace talks produce only echoes. If diplomacy were a fireworks show, these two are competing for the most spectacular dud.
When the iconic sails become a canvas for conflict, it's clear that culture wars now come with a light show.
Netflix lists 46 best shows, but half are algorithmic mediocrity.
Georgia GOP leader resigns after video emerges, denies meeting with 14-year-old.
Only 10% of dark web users feel safe, while the rest are too busy battling demons to enjoy the chaos. When your internet experience is a psychological horror show, maybe it's time to unplug and try therapy instead of Tor.
Hegseth gains confidence from briefings, but the shipwreck video might just sink his credibility faster than a lead anchor. When you're holding onto power like a captain to a sinking ship, the last thing you need is video evidence of your leaks.
Southwest drought models predict more dry years, call it a new normal. When climate models start sounding like a dystopian weather app, it's time to question the cost of progress that leaves the land parched.
ICE launches operation in Minneapolis, and the police chief says people are very fearful. As if ICE's charm offensive ever soothed souls. When your city's fear level is measured by the ICE scale, it's not exactly a heartwarming community initiative.
AI boosts radiologist hires worldwide, defying automation fears. Turns out AI doesn't have the bedside manner to replace radiologists, it just gives them more images to squint at through the looking glass of innovation.
Thailand seizes over $300 million in assets, calls it a cyber scam crackdown, but the scammers are likely already shopping offshore. When stolen millions meet international waters, Even the best crackdowns only catch the crumbs left behind.
Nigel Farage blames broadcasters as racism claims against him reach 28, proving that the mirror is always the last to know.
Only 15% of intestinal mutations transform malignantly, and researchers call it evolution. In the cancer arms race, it's survival of the fittest mutation with an intestinal battlefield, proving once again that nature loves a good plot twist.
Western countries demand Tanzania release bodies of post-election victims, while justice remains buried deeper than the graves.
Billionaire Stranad offers 58 billion euros of ammo to EU, calls it a peacekeeping mission. When money talks, bullets walk, and the notion of peace becomes just another casualty of profit margins.
China leads 55% of applied science output, leaving Western labs in the dust. While the West debates funding cuts, China's busy building solar empires and scientific dynasties, proving that research is the real power play.
Pop Demon Hunter's soundtrack turns Huntrix Inc. into real-world phenomenon, while EJE cries recording golden. When your demon-slaying beats make you weep, it's not just a soundtrack, it's an emotional exorcism with a killer bass line.
In a plot twist worthy of a soap opera, Netflix sticks to streaming while Gunnar clings to cable, proving old media loves its empires more than innovation.
Five Nights at Freddy's 2 debuts with frightfully good $63 million, while Zootopia 2 crosses $900 million globally. It seems animatronic horror and cute animal antics are the real monsters, devouring wallets like popcorn in a darkened theater.
Only 30% of Alzheimer's blood tests account for kidney issues, and researchers call it a breakthrough. Looks like we've cracked the code on confusing diagnoses. Just blame the kidneys and hope no one notices the cognitive dissonance.
Minister threatens young people with benefit cuts if they refuse jobs, redefining choice as coercion. Turning down a job offer now comes with a side of economic blackmail because nothing says opportunity like a forced yes in the job market.
Paul Anka claims Sinatra had a huge penis, then reflects on his own career. The good old days when musical legends measured their success in inches. Who needs a Grammy when you've got a tall tale?
Only 10% of Blaze viewers trust their news, and the network calls it a win. When your credibility crate is harder than a pipe bomb, you might as well call it performance art. Audience loyalty, by default 2 days to change the channel.
Trump sends Marjorie Taylor Greene a mean message, then claims it's tough love. When your allies are as dangerous as your enemies, maybe it's time to rethink your definition of friendship. Toxic loyalty, the new political currency.
David Sylvian's Sleepwalkers re-enters the scene, proving that art pop can age like fine wine, not stale bread. When avant-garde meets insomnia, you just might find yourself sleep dancing to a beat only the dreamers can hear.
Trump tightens H-1B visa rules, then fast-tracks World Cup visas for 2026.
Italy proposes sex education bill to curb gender ideology, and chaos ensues. Teaching kids about consent is apparently more terrifying than a horror movie marathon. Who knew knowledge could be so scandalous?
Trump proposes universal health care, then promptly forgets. It's like asking a cat to bark, amusingly impossible and dreadfully hypothetical, but hey, miracles happen, right?
Publishers sell books as sound stories, then redefine silence. When your book's hook is a hiss, it's clear you're appealing to those who find white noise thrilling. A symphony of the mundane, anyone?
European Commission greenlights new plant genomics, but still can't grow public trust.
Researchers discover stress inflames women's hearts, but men remain unaffected, proving biology loves a double standard. When life gives women lemons, it seems it also gives them heart inflammation. Meanwhile, men get to sip their lemonade stress-free.
UK government offers jobs in construction and hospitality to 1 million NEETs, solving youth crisis with minimum wage band-aids. When your economy is on life support, throw the kids a trowel and a tray and call it a solution.
South Africa opens first new gold mine in 15 years, but workers still digging for fair wages.
Plea for transparency as executives at PLA remain silent, while profits mysteriously vanish into the corporate Bermuda Triangle.
Only 20% of readers reach the end, and publishers call it engagement.
Only 30% of Trump voters who switch to Democrats in 2025 feel satisfied, while the rest blame the economy. Turns out, when you trade in a red hat for a blue one, the economy doesn't magically turn into a rainbow of prosperity.
When the price of living soars like a jet-fueled promise, maybe it's time to check the altitude of our leaders' reality.
Heads Up Pascal praises Sarah Paulson's friendship, while Hollywood still can't script a plot without a sequel. In a world where true friendship is rarer than an original movie idea, Pascal and Paulson give us a blockbuster of authenticity.
Democrats demand answers from tech giants over Trump ballroom donations, ignoring the antitrust elephant in the room. It's a classic case of look over here while the monopolistic elephant tramples through the ballroom, sipping champagne with the president.
Angelo Cozzolino releases Vuela and El Tiempo music video blending metal with acoustic contradiction. Like mixing a leather jacket with a lace dress, Cozzolino's sound strums a rebellious harmony that echoes in the halls of rock's cathedral.
Hungary tops solar adoption charts, yet their winter sun hours still resemble a vampire's dream vacation. Leading solar power when your winters are longer than a Tolkien novel is like winning a marathon with a pogo stick.
Slate announces Pear's Game 112 with Eschhiving and Sinnings as top words, calls it brain food. In a world where wordplay is the new cardio, Slate's buffet of Pears serves up linguistic workouts that leave your brain deliciously sore.
Sang, poised to reclaim top dram position. In the cutthroat world of memory chips, it's not about storing data.
Fraser's group sales plummet to £1.3 billion despite Sports Direct growth. In the land of retail giants, even the biggest brands can't escape the quicksand of a tough market, as they call it when profits nosedive.
Britain's submarine fleet sinks into irrelevance, proving that even nuclear power can't keep outdated tech afloat. Turns out, when your submarines are more rust than rivet, the only thing they're fit for is a starring role in a Cold War museum exhibit.
Only 10% of dancers know the politics of dancing, and the 80s called They Want Their Synth Pop Back. Reflex might have thought they were starting a movement, but it seems the only revolution they sparked was in neon leg warmers and shoulder pads.
Only 20% of commuters remember the 7 a.m. Manchester-London train, and one passenger wonders why it was nearly axed. In a world where convenience is a luxury, saving a forgotten train is like keeping a dinosaur alive in a theme park. Nostalgic, but impractical.
UK government approves £28 billion grid upgrade. Fears of skyrocketing energy bills left unaddressed. It's a classic case of robbing Peter to pay Paul, except Peter's just trying to keep his lights on.
In a land where privacy is a mirage, blocking FaceTime is just the latest act in the theater of control, where citizens are the unwitting audience.
Euroclear boss threatens to sue EU if Russian assets in Belgium are seized, because who wouldn't defend a lucrative pot of oligarch gold? It's like the world's most expensive game of keep away, except the ball's full of rubles and the players all wear bespoke suits.
Canadian stocks expected to outperform U.S. stocks in 2026, defying Trump's tariff turmoil.
New poll shows James and Benson lead Michigan governor's race for 2026, but Duggan poaches Dem votes like a political Robin Hood. In Michigan, it's less about platforms and more about who can steal the most votes without getting caught with their hands in the ballot box.
US NATO general claims Europe will thrive with fewer American troops, ignoring rising tensions. When your allies' strategy is less is more, you might wonder if it's more about saving face or just saving dollars.
Asian economies borrow more in euros, leaving the US clutching its outdated trade policies and wondering where all the money went. Trump's tariffs might just be the ultimate boomerang, coming back to hit the US economy where it hurts, right in the financial dominance.
NASA catches Dying Star's finale, but Earth's leaders are too busy bickering over fossil fuels to notice the universe's own fireworks display. While a star explodes in cosmic grandeur, humanity's own endgame looms quietly, wrapped in bureaucratic red tape and climate change denial.
Federal judge mandates Canada to ensure safe water and housing for remote First Nations, but generations of neglect remain unaddressed. When you need a court to tell you to provide clean water, maybe it's time to rethink your priorities, eh?
UK ministers project confidence on AUKUS subs, while industrial pressures and nuclear risks bubble beneath their polished political veneer. Behind closed doors, the real question is whether these submarines will sink under the weight of their own overblown promises before they even hit the water.
Like a country song come to life, Dolly's resilience reminds us that even legends need a little help from their friends, and a lot less clickbait.
Skeptics warn stablecoins won't boost T-bill demand, just reshuffle buyers in a digital game of musical chairs. Swapping paper for pixels might sound futuristic, but it's just the same old money now with more buzzwords.
Take Back Power hails custard and pie, crumble on crown jewels, and the monarchy calls it a breach of dessert decorum. When the revolution includes throwing dessert, you know the establishment's grip is crumbling faster than a soggy pie crust.
Russian invasion of Ukraine hits day 1,382, and the only thing advancing is the thread count. As the conflict drags on, even Reddit's live threads are starting to show signs of combat fatigue.
Nirvana's All Ologies resurfaces in 2025, and Gen Z calls it a premonition of their student debt. Kurt Cobain's ghost must be laughing as the youth drown in debt, while universities charge a fortune for the privilege of learning to critique capitalism.
Kohler installs cameras in smart toilets, claims end-to-end encryption protects your dignity. Turns out, the only thing end-to-end about this is the embarrassment you feel when a toilet has better surveillance than your home.
RTP faces pressure to skip Eurovision 2026, as if Portugal's musical prowess wasn't already a global secret. The real drama isn't on stage, it's in the boardrooms where cultural diplomacy gets tangled in bureaucratic karaoke.
It's a classic case of divide and conquer, brought to you by the same folks who think chess is a contact sport.
Iria Malin lands 7 quadruple jumps, while Gravity files a formal complaint. Seems like physics just threw in the towel, and now we're all left wondering if Malin's secretly an alien or just really hates the laws of nature.
Google unveils Android update with new features, but your phone still dies before dinner. They promise smarter notifications and better controls, yet the only constant is your device's relentless battery anxiety. Who knew the real innovation was in keeping us tethered to our chargers?
Kremlin claims US security strategy aligns with Russia, because nothing screams global harmony like synchronized saber rattling. It's like a duet nobody asked for, where both sides hum the same ominous tune while clutching their nuclear microphones.
EU faces pressure to ease 2035 combustion engine ban, pretending hybrids are the future. It's like promising to quit smoking by switching to cigars. Same addiction, different wrapper. Europe's eco-commitment is as firm as a wet noodle.
Scientists claim cell identity hinges on electrical potential, but who knew your personality was just a voltage setting? Turns out, we're all just walking batteries with attitude problems. So much for being unique, we're just a series of sparks and static.
Imagine drama.
In the digital dystopia, every click is a breadcrumb leading to a corporate feast, and we're the main course. Bon appetit, internet overlords.
Content creators sue Perplexity AI for illegal content copying, while the AI claims it's just an overachiever. In the courtroom of creativity, originality is on trial, and the jury's out on whether Perplexity AI can plead the fifth.
Trump's revamped Kennedy Center dazzles with glitz, yet lacks substance like a reality star's autobiography with blank pages. The only standing ovation might be for the exit sign, as audiences search for meaning in a sea of superficiality.
CDC panel votes to recommend delaying hepatitis B vaccine for babies, citing a need to reassess priorities. Because
Russia's shadow fleet crumbles under pressure as Ukraine extends its reach beyond the Black Sea, like a paper boat caught in a storm.
CEOs claim AI steals jobs, but they're the ones cashing in on automation, laughing all the way to the bank. Behind closed doors, boardrooms hum with plans to replace workers with algorithms, while CEOs pocket the savings and blame the machines.
US vaccine advisors say not all babies need a hepatitis B shot at birth.
Why give all babies a safety net when we can just spin the roulette wheel of public health?
The latest Roxy Music nostalgia trip spins listeners round with art rock flair, proving once again that vintage vibes never truly expire.
AI chatbots sway voters easily, while politicians claim innocence in digital manipulation. Turns out, it's not the candidate's charm, but the algorithmic whisper in your ear that's shifting opinions, turning democracy into a digital puppet show.
AI algorithms target undecided voters, promising precision, but leaving democracy's soul on the cutting room floor. Welcome to the future where your vote's courted by a robot with a silver tongue, while the real issues get ghosted.
Vucic claims Croatia conspires with Kosovo and Albania against Serbia, as if Balkan politics were a Game of Thrones episode. When diplomacy sounds like a rejected soap opera plot, you know someone's dialing up the drama to 11.
Ex-corporate banker loses bid to overturn conviction. Proving crime doesn't pay unless you're the bank itself. Roger Ng's appeal falls flat, while the bank's reputation remains as untouchable as a billionaire's offshore account, showing that justice is selective like a bad Tinder match.
The Supreme Court blesses Trump, ignores reality, and opens floodgates for dark money, claiming it's all about fairness. When the truth's as slippery as an eel in a courtroom, you know justice has become the ultimate vanishing act.
Ghislaine Maxwell fights Epstein file release, claims it risks her retrial, and justice seems like a distant fantasy. When hiding behind legalese becomes an art form, the truth gets buried deeper than Epstein's secrets.
Nvidia lobbies White House wins looser GPU export controls to China, ensuring AI arms race stays profitable. In a world where chips are the new gold, Nvidia proves that with enough lobbying, even national security is negotiable, like a sale at a clearance rack.
Syria marks a year without al-Assad, but hope must outlast fireworks and flags. Celebrations are easy when dictators fall. It's the rebuilding that tests the people's resolve and the world's conscience.
New York's new mayor, Mamdani, inspires Europe's left, but successful campaigns don't translate across oceans. Politicians can borrow slogans, but they can't import charisma or context. Europe's left must find its own voice, not just echo New York's.
Tara claims she was drugged. Police find no evidence, leaving her with a horrifying experience and a public relations quagmire. When reality TV meets real life, the drama is free, but the truth is always under budget cuts.
Supreme Court approves Texas district map favoring Republicans. So much for that fair election promise. Gerrymandering, the ancient art of sculpting democracy into a partisan playground. Who needs voter choice when you can just redraw the lines?
Only 42% of Republicans still back Trump, and the spin calls it loyalty. When your political ship is sinking faster than a lead balloon, even the rats start looking for lifeboats. But hey, loyalty means never having to say you're sinking.
Hong Kong reports record low election turnout as residents prioritize mourning over voting in the aftermath of a deadly fire.
Apparently.
Hydrogen sulfide launches as nail fungus treatment solves bad smell with bad smell. Who knew the secret to defeating fungus was to smell like your fridge after a power outage? It's a cure that stinks but might just stick.
When transparency's locked up tighter than Fort Knox. Even the First Amendment starts to feel like a suggestion.
USAFA's Ukrainian Association of Football 34,000 euros calls it discipline. Because nothing says sportsmanship like emptying the wallets of a war-torn nation, maybe next time they'll just pass out your clubs in blindfolds.
Russia welcomes Trump's revised U.S. security strategy, then calls it a path to peace. Because who needs peace talks when you can just redefine stability to mean let's ignore the whole invasion thing? It's diplomacy via dictionary.
Judge blasts ICE for unlawful deportation, likens their fidelity to the law to a cat's loyalty to a bath. When even the judicial branch is shaking its gavel at you, maybe it's time to rethink the whole rule of law shtick.
Bragg claims every backyard could fit a granny flat, pitches it as housing policy. Ah, yes, because nothing says future-proof, like cramming tiny homes into every square inch of suburbia. Who needs green space when you can have a real estate jigsaw puzzle?
IEA reports drone strike damage to Chernobyl shields, proving once again that radioactive nightmares never truly die, they just get remixed. It's a plot twist no one asked for. The sequel to an 80s disaster movie, now with more drones and less protection.
Satellite launches surge by thousands. Scientists warn of emissions risk.
Because nothing says thrilling like riding the roller coaster of financial chaos while clutching your bonds for dear life.
GTA Online DLC drops Michael DeSanto's return, confirms Death Wish as canon ending after a 12-year wait.
It's a classic New York dinner party. Wine, hors d'oeuvre, and a side of inflammatory rhetoric served with a garnish of strained family ties.
China lists
Lilly and Pfizer drugs on private insurance promises access while prices remain sky high. Because nothing screams innovation like making life-saving drugs available only to those who can afford to play the capitalist lottery.
Fed plans rate cut despite earlier denial, claiming it will magically cure both inflation and recession fears.
It's a plot twist straight out of a soap opera. The governor who forgot his own state while playing soldier on the national stage.
While most drummers keep the beat, Landis juggles lullabies and late-night feedings, proving that fatherhood is the ultimate encore.
Miley takes lead as LOA secures minority, promising more chaos in Congress than a cat in a yarn factory.
Only 10% of debut releases get noticed, and your first drop is already making waves. In a world drowning in noise, your creation is like a rogue wave, unexpected, refreshing, and a little bit rebellious. Keep riding it.
Florida teens charged with murder claim it's like a video game gone wrong. Apparently, when reality meets virtual fantasy, it results in a tragedy with no reset button and a lifetime of consequences.
Social media giants closed thousands of Australian accounts, and the Ombudsman offers only a shrug. When your digital identity's a hostage, who do you call? Apparently not the Ombudsman, they're too busy perfecting their helplessness act.
Google tracks your every move, then calls it a feature. Welcome to the 21st century, where your personal data is the ultimate currency and privacy is just a forgotten relic of the past.
Only 20% of sub-Saharan biodiversity remains intact, and policymakers call it progress. When the last lion roars and the final forest falls, we'll all be left holding a glossy report and a barren continent.
Wyoming Supreme Court denies $3 million tax break. Then the oil barons cry foul. Turns out, the only thing more slippery than oil is trying to weasel out of paying your fair share when the state decides to put its foot down.
Trump intensifies anti-immigrant rhetoric, calling people garbage, then claims it's all about peace.
Spotify drops Mark C's and Now the Rain is Gone from playlist. Calls it too chill for algorithms. When even indie chill gets nixed, we're left wondering if the machines are allergic to anything that doesn't scream productivity.
Trump pardons 42 white-collar criminals, claims it's a boost for business. While Ukraine tightens the screws on corruption, Trump's playing Monopoly with get-out-of-jail-free cards. Maybe he thinks justice is just a pesky board game.
Former German officials met Putin allies secretly in Abu Dhabi, then acted surprised when caught. The diplomatic tango, where former power players cha-cha with questionable company and claim it's all just a friendly waltz.
Ukraine rejects peace deal with land loss, demands respect instead. While Ukraine stands firm on sovereignty, the world watches as maps become bargaining chips. Maybe we should ask the borders how they feel about being so negotiable.
Journalist sues Pentagon for press access, claims transparency is classified. In a world where secrets are more abundant than truth, it seems the Pentagon prefers its transparency under lock and key. Maybe they'll release the truth with their next UFO files.
New York Times sues Pentagon over reporting rules, claims First Amendment rights are under siege. When the paper of record takes on the war machine, it's like David flinging his press pass at Goliath and hoping for a headline.
Bank of America warns dovish Fed rate cut imperils stock rally, yet Wall Street still clutches its pearls. When the financial wizards start trembling over a little rate cut, it's like watching a poker player panic over a pair of twos. Someone tell them the economy isn't a magic trick.
Supreme Court backs conservative project, aligns with Trump's mission to oust independent officials. When justice becomes a puppet show, the strings are pulled by a man who thinks the Constitution is a reality TV script.
US consumer confidence rises to 53.3, but inflation still gnaws at wallets like a persistent moth. It's like getting excited about finding a 20 in your coat pocket while your house burns down. But hey, at least you're confidently broke.
German factory orders jump on 87% surge in big items. But who needs small wins when you can have giant question marks? It's like building a castle on quicksand. Impressive until you realize the ground's still shifting beneath your feet. Gross. More like a temporary illusion.
Pete Hegseth claims drug boat threat. Turns out it wasn't even heading to the US. When your argument sinks faster than the Titanic, maybe it's time to stop fishing for fear and start swimming in facts.
Jeb Young releases Time is Slipping Away, calls it rock but clocks in at 3 minutes. Because nothing says rock rebellion like a song shorter than a coffee break, right? Maybe the real time slipping away is in the track length.
Carvana secures a spot in the S&P 500, leaving tech titans to wonder if selling used cars is the new cutting-edge innovation. When life gives you lemons, sell them at a used lemon lot and make the S&P 500 tech dreams more like tech daydreams.
France's water agency reveals widespread TFA contamination, yet the government insists it's just a splash of flavor in your eau de vie. When your tap delivers more chemistry than a high school lab, it's time to question if forever is really just a marketing term for you're stuck with it.
New chemistry web tool launches at zero cost, solves none of your lab supply issues. Because when your beaker's broken and your Bunsen burner's busted, at least you've got a shiny new URL to stare at.
Senator Rubio decries EU's fine on X as a strike against the American people.
conveniently ignoring corporate tax evasion. When politicians equate penalizing billion-dollar firms with an assault on citizens, it's clear their math skills need a refresher, along with their ethics.
When your pageant's crown is funded by gunpowder and gasoline, it's less world peace and more world police.
When your night out turns into a nightmare, remember it's just another unforeseeable event in the tourism brochure of doom.
When your economy's future relies on a K-SHE monitor and a risk radar, you know we're one PowerPoint away from financial Jenga.
Swiss government secures EU deal, then claims it's a win for neutrality. In a plot twist worthy of a Swiss watch commercial, the government tightens ties with the EU, while still insisting they're just friends.
Trump targets diversity initiatives, potentially harming men's college admissions, and somehow it's branded as leveling the playing field. In a topsy-turvy world, where equality is the enemy, men might just find out what it feels like to be the collateral damage of power games.
Coast Guard sniper disables narcoboat engines, calls it precision policing. In a bizarre crossover episode of Cops and Top Gun, the Coast Guard takes aim at engines like they're playing a real-life video game.
Only 20% of landlubbers know nautical origins, and linguists call it cultural drift. While you're busy texting, by and large, remember, you're unwittingly channeling your inner pirate, minus the rum and eye patch.
Congressman Robert Garcia and Governor Janet Mills challenged Trump at LGBTQ cause conference, wielding rainbow flags like swords of justice. When the gayest congressman leads the charge,
Only 12% of internet users avoid cam curse videos, and digital prophets call it progress. Welcome to the future of entertainment, where your reality comes pre-packaged with a side of existential dread and a sprinkle of spyware.
Hakeem Jeffries praises Trump, then questions his ability to lead Democrats. When even the opposition starts handing out gold stars to the chaos conductor-in-chief, you know the political reality show has truly jumped the shark.
Ninian Haywick releases Scottish Rite Temple Stomp, a 3-minute indie pop anthem promising to unite hipsters and Highlanders under one groovy banner. When your temple stomps harder than a sill, you know the indie scene is ready to overthrow the monarchy with a tambourine.
Consumer Reports ranks Toyota most reliable while offering unsolicited advice. Congratulations, Toyota! You're the valedictorian of a class where the diploma means your car might actually start tomorrow.
Nigeria deploys troops to Benin, calling it a neighborly favor. When your neighbor asks to borrow a cup of sugar, but instead you send in the full military parade, complete with air support.
Will Smith and Jada Pinkett Smith denied $3 million complaint, claiming Jada threatened a friend, calling it a lot of crap.
Only 15% of African penguins survive, and nature calls it a culling. When your diet relies on sardines, and suddenly the ocean serves you a buffet of empty plates, extinction becomes the uninvited guest.
Ukraine blames Russia for Chernobyl shield damage, then the IAEA calls it a minor inconvenience. When your nuclear disaster cover gets punctured, it's like forgetting to close the fridge door, a chill that won't quit and the leftovers are glowing.
Czech President Petr Pavel warns against concessions to Russia, stating a Russian victory means everyone loses. It's like letting the playground bully win, only this time the stakes are global peace and not lunch money.
Poland claims ASF-infected boar carcass was sabotage, labels it an Eastern plot. When rogue wildlife becomes a pawn in geopolitical chess, you know diplomacy's gone feral, and pigs might actually fly straight into conspiracy territory.
New York Times sues Defense Sec Pete Hegseth over restrictive Pentagon media rules, citing a threat to press freedom. Looks like the Pentagon's new motto is loose lips sink ships, but with tighter lips, how do we know if the ship's even afloat?
AI startup leaks over 1 million nude images, then calls it an innovative exposure. In a world where privacy is stripped bare by tech's reckless hands, the future's looking like an endless parade of digital peep shows with your data as the main attraction.
Sydney water battle's cracked pipe risks flushing sewage into Sydney Harbour. When your city's waters start smelling like a public restroom, it's time to wonder if the infrastructure is as reliable as a politician's promise.
Australia banned social media for under 16s, claiming it's for mental health protection. Yes, because nothing says mental health like cutting off teenagers from the only escape from reality's dumpster fire.
Pope Francis visits Lebanon, while Sudan endures unending suffering. When the world's camera lenses capture more pain than progress, it's clear that the flash of hope is just as fleeting as the headlines.
Malcolm in the Middle, Life's Still Unfair, drops in 2026, promising more chaos without a resolution, reviving 90s nostalgia in a world that's still stuck in its own middle-class malaise. Feels like trying to reboot your old CD player with Spotify ads.
Turns out, when you mix science with corporate cash, you get a cocktail that's toxic to truth. Cheers to transparency 25 years too late.
Only 40% of scientists recognize Darlene Hoffman's name, and the periodic table has her to thank for its heavier elements. In a world obsessed with celebrity chemists like Breaking Bad's Walter White, Hoffman's real-life legacy remains as elusive as element 118.
Trump administration slashes funds, leaving over 800 Nashville residents on the brink of displacement, then calls it fiscal responsibility. When fiscal responsibility means tossing families out like yesterday's trash, you'd think we were living in a Dickens novel, not 2025 America.
Israeli settlers rob Italian and Canadian volunteers, then claim they're securing the homeland. When your idea of homeland security involves mugging the world's do-gooders, maybe it's time to question who's really under attack.
Warner Bros. Begins exclusive sale talks with Netflix as stocks dance on record highs.
Modern analysis uncovers Vitruvian Man's craniofacial secrets. But still, no word on why he's always naked. 500 years later, we finally crack Da Vinci's code, only to find out his Vitruvian Man might have just needed a good hat.
Interglobe Aviation loses $4 billion. Demands CEO explain air travel chaos. When your airline loses billions in passengers, it might be time to rethink the in-flight peanuts.
South African authorities investigate 11 deaths, claim it's under control.
Virginia lawmakers eye right-to-work reforms for next session, promising to shake up the labor landscape. Just when you thought work couldn't get any more right, Virginia might redefine it, leaving workers wondering if right means right out the door.
Jim Clyburn admits the U.S. wasn't ready for a woman president, but still acts surprised. In a country that adores its founding fathers, it's no wonder motherhood never stood a chance at the presidency.
Bundestag approves Merz's pension bill, but the crisis just shapeshifts. Like putting a band-aid on a bullet wound, the bill is a masterclass in delaying the inevitable with a flourish of bureaucracy.
Syria commemorates 1 year since Assad's fall, yet peace remains as elusive as a mirage in the desert. After 14 years of war, Syria's new dawn feels more like a perpetual dusk.
Fed decision looms and stocks stall as bonds take a nosedive. The financial world holds its breath, proving once again that the only thing markets hate more than bad news is uncertainty.
Trustpilot shares nosedive after grisly research attacks, calling honesty a liability. When your business model relies on trust, getting shorted feels like a bear hug from the wrong side of the jungle.
Supreme Court targets independent agencies, claims it's about freedom while holding the scissors to regulatory strings. The court's version of freedom seems to be the freedom for corporations to roam unchecked, like wolves in a field of sheep.
When your economy swims like a rock, borrowing $7 billion is like adding a snorkel to a sinking ship.
Solar-powered floating airports debut in Tokyo, solving air taxi traffic jams with a splash. Because nothing says eco-friendly like launching flying cars from a giant sunbathing lily pad in the middle of the ocean.
Pentagon awards billion-dollar contract to Trump Jr.-backed firm, because who needs oversight when you've got a famous last name? Apparently, nepotism is the new currency at the Department of Defense, where contracts come gift-wrapped with a bow of familial favoritism.
Apparently, private now means for the EU's eyes only, because who doesn't want Big Brother reading their cringeworthy texts?
"11-year field experiment shows legumes boost phosphorus availability, solving nothing about your failed houseplant." Turns out, legumes are the overachievers of the plant world, making phosphorus look like a slacker since forever.
India caps airfares, then Indigo cancels 850 flights, ensuring passengers are both grounded and broke. Looks like Indigo is taking customer service cues from a roller coaster. Strap in, pay up, and prepare for a sudden stop.
Real Madrid face Celta Vigo, yet Barcelona's up top. With Real Madrid's recent form, Xabi Alonso's strategy might be as shaky as a Jenga tower in an earthquake.
German parliament mandates military questionnaires youth revolt. When the youth are more willing to march in protest than in formation, maybe it's time to rethink the recruitment strategy.
UK court declares Putin morally responsible for poisoning. Kremlin feigns innocence. It's remarkable how morality becomes a cloak of invisibility when your office is a Kremlin tower, isn't it, Vlad?
Only 12% of Israelis and Palestinians express hope, and politicians call it progress. When hope is measured in single digits and called progress, it's like calling a ceasefire a victory parade.
Tariffs hit Build-A-Bear, overshadowing its comeback because nothing says cuddly like a trade war. When tariffs are the stuffing in your plush toys, it's clear global economics is the real bear market.
Architects propose wooden skyscrapers as sustainable, but deforestation says otherwise. Building dreams on trees sounds green until you realize you're just swapping steel for stumps and calling it eco-friendly.
Trump administration denies visas to fact-checkers and moderators, ensuring reality remains a foreign concept. When facts are the enemy, visas become the new wall against truth.
Columbus celebrates an anti-Tem Festivus pole. Festivus for the rest of us, more like Festivus for the fed up, turning holiday cheer into a cathartic critique of the Donald.
Trump's son hints at a Ukraine exit, then claims it's strategic genius. The art of the deal or the art of the dodge. Either way, it's the world's most expensive game of chicken.
Only 20% of politicians understand AI, yet they declare war on it, ensuring ignorance remains humanity's greatest ally. When the blind led the charge against the digital future, prepare for a battlefield littered with ignorance and outdated tech manuals.
Russia ships sanctioned gas to China, calling it energy diplomacy. When life gives you sanctions, make pipeline lemonade. Meanwhile, the planet keeps burning, but at least the deals are hot.
When the going gets tough, the tough yank the carrot away. Sounds like a classic case of bait and switch, corporate edition.
Trump praises good relationship with Carney, dodges trade talk reboot question. It's like complimenting the dinner host while refusing to sit at the table. Sweet nothings and empty promises. Trump's signature dish served cold.
Only 50% of pop ballads are genuine, while the rest are disguised as white noise, proving even music has its imposters. When every chorus sounds like a recycled lullaby, it's no wonder the charts are a karaoke machine with a broken record.
Science Journal pulls Monsanto's Roundup safety study over serious ethical concerns, reveals glyphosate's harm downplayed since 2000. Turns out, Monsanto's crops weren't the only thing genetically modified. Their research ethics took a hit too. Who knew science could be bought wholesale?
JP Morgan warns stock rally could stall after Fed cut, predicts profit-taking frenzy will follow. Looks like the market's about to learn that what goes up must come down, especially when gravity's name is investor greed.
Citizens Financial eyes Philadelphia for private bank rollout 2 years after entering the business. When banks are more interested in expanding than serving, it's like giving a megaphone to a mime and expecting a symphony.
Trump called affordability a con job after campaigning on it, and now voters are left holding the receipt. The man who sold steaks with his name on them is suddenly allergic to affordability? Shocker, maybe he thinks the American dream should come with a premium price tag.
DR Congo fighting erupts one day after peace deal and refugees flood into Rwanda seeking safety. Washington's peace deal had less staying power than a one-night stand, and now hundreds are left paying the price with their lives.
Eddie Murphy unveils $85 million Beverly Hills mansion, juggles fatherhood with 10 kids. When your house costs more than a small country's GDP and your kids could field the soccer team, welcome to celebrity parenthood, where access is the new normal.
Cloudflare crashes again amid routine maintenance, and users wonder if routine now means unexpected chaos. When your maintenance causes more downtime than your server's actual issues, it's time to redefine what routine really means.
Current DNA tests fail to explain dog personalities despite analyzing over 3,000 dogs.
Berkshire Hathaway reshuffles leadership weeks before Buffett's retirement, calling it a strategic transition. When your strategy looks like musical chairs with a billionaire-sized twist, maybe it's time to question who's really orchestrating the tune.
Trump's crypto investment tanks 51% in 26 minutes, yet claims it's a temporary dip. When your digital fortune turns into a pixelated punchline, it's clear the blockchain doesn't bend to the art of the deal.
Only 30% of listeners embrace O'Neill Hanna's new track, and Spotify calls it a hit. When your music needs a translator and a miracle, maybe it's time to remix more than just the beats.
Trump visits Pennsylvania to address inflation as voters can't afford his economic spin. In a plot twist worthy of a reality show, the man who trademarked chaos now promises fiscal salvation. Maybe he'll throw in a free steak.
Merrick's plans to acquire LevNet, betting on commodities while the world bets on surviving climate change.
West African ECOWAS forces sent troops to Benin, proving peace is just one armored vehicle away from a photo op. When peacekeeping looks like a military parade, maybe diplomacy is just a costume change for the same old power play.
Justice Department to release Epstein files, promising transparency in a world built on secrets. Get ready for a masterclass in selective disclosure, where truth is a menu and accountability is a side dish.
Google DeepMind claims it will revolutionize sports strategy, and AI coaches still can't fix a referee's bad call. When algorithms start coaching, let's hope they understand that a perfect game plan doesn't account for human error or a rogue soccer ball.
Kesha declares she's glittery again after 15 years of being dismissed as a pop puppet. Turns out surviving a music industry cage match means you can belt out more than just catchy tunes. You can also outlast the patriarchy.
When transparency is just a dare, justice becomes a spectator sport, and we all know who's holding the whistle.
Lauren Sanchez flaunts $10,000 coat while Bezos contemplates buying another planet. When your date night outfit costs more than a year's rent, it's clear the only thing warming you is cold, hard cash.
When billion-dollar tantrums become standard business practice, expect customer service to come with a side of revenge.
Microsoft processes Israeli military data, denies any responsibility. When big tech plays data broker for military ops, it turns out Do No Evil was just a poorly coded subroutine.
Poland vetoes EU sanctions law, claims sovereignty at stake. When your national anthem becomes I Did It My Way, don't be surprised if the neighbors start wearing noise-canceling headphones.
India caps airline fares. Railway expands services after Indigo chaos.
When national security means more zeros than a math teacher's nightmare, maybe it's time to question what defense really defends.
Saudi Arabia sells alcohol to the wealthy, only if your wallet's fat enough to drown out tradition. When the price tag comes with a side of hypocrisy, the rich can toast to the age-old art of selective morality in a desert mirage.
EU opens funding for Serbia under EU4 Health, but only if they promise to stop pretending Rakiza is a COVID cure. When health funds hinge on diplomatic niceties, it's a reminder that money talks louder than public health needs.
Only 20% of runners know gravel shoes exist, while shoe companies call it innovation. Welcome to 2025, where your footwear needs a PhD to navigate marketing jargon disguised as necessity. Who knew gravel could be so profitable?
Chinese AI chipmaker doubles stock value in first hour, hailed as tech revolution. In the land where silicon dreams are forged, the latest corporate deity is minted, leaving investors starry-eyed and wallets lighter. Who needs gold when you've got chips?
Indian Airlines blamed pilot shortage for chaos, yet they still expect pilots to fly across time zones on a hope and a prayer. When your captain's main in-flight entertainment is dodging government guidelines, it's no surprise your flight plan includes turbulence.
Court finds Joey Barton for grossly offensive post, calls it justice. In the age of digital soapboxes, Barton's tweets echo louder than his footwork ever did. Maybe he should have stuck to kicking balls.
Putin deploys spies in UK, hopes to outwit MI5 with Kremlin cunning. When your geopolitical strategy depends on espionage, it's like playing chess with a blindfold. Unfortunately for Putin, the UK is no amateur, and checkmate's not far off.
Trump EPA doubles formaldehyde limits, claiming it's just a breath of fresh air with a side of carcinogens. When chemical industry insiders run the show, you might just find your air quality regulations written in invisible ink.
Putin lands in India for talks, as if a handshake can fix global chaos. Diplomacy is a curious beast. One minute you're smiling for the cameras, the next you're plotting your next geopolitical chess move. But in the end, it's all just smoke and mirrors when the world's on fire.
Bank proposes delaying bond repayment again, calling it a strategic pause in their financial nosedive.
Musk attacks EU over X fine, claiming deceptive blue checkmarks are misunderstood. Imagine thinking a blue checkmark is the hill to die on in 2025, while Musk tweets rage from his billionaire bunker. The rest of us are stuck, wondering if the real deception is thinking any of this matters.
When your crystal ball's on acid, every prediction sounds like a sci-fi plot twist.
Nothing says diplomacy like an airstrike to settle age-old disputes. It's like a neighborly debate over property lines, but with jets and a complete disregard for human life.
Gold factory infects over 11,000 in Southeast Asia, calls it a banking innovation. When your modified banking involves more viruses than a hacker's dream diary, maybe it's time to rethink the business model. But hey, at least they're not charging ATM fees yet.
Only 8% of new musicians go viral, and Shitstorm thinks GarageBand is the golden ticket. When your username sounds like a weather disaster, maybe it's time to rethink your branding strategy.
UNESCO misses the mark on Q conversion by 1%, calls it almost there. In a world where close enough gets you a participation trophy, Invesco might still be holding their breath. But hey, at least they didn't run out of confetti for the nearly celebration.
Only 40% of developers still use Ruby, and Han calls it obsolete. If Ruby's a relic, then call me a fossil. In a world where languages change faster than fashion trends, Ruby might be the vintage vinyl of code, still spinning, but mostly in hipster basements.
Russian LNG plant defies sanctions, ships gas to China and calls it strategic partnership. When strategic partnership means playing gas tag with sanctions, Geopolitics is a game of freeze tag with no winners.
Putin secures billion-dollar oil deal and Washington fumes over India's embrace.
Paramount offers $50 billion for Warner Brothers Discovery, calls it a merger of equals. In the world of corporate make-believe, a hostile bid is just another phrase for, "We're here to eat your lunch and take the tablecloth."
Evanescence to perform at Game Awards teases exciting news that probably means more microtransactions.
Trump stops defending Hexeter's job competence, hinting at a rare moment of clarity. When even the king of denial starts nodding along, you know the ship's hit an iceberg. Maybe it's time to rearrange those deck chairs.
When even bunnies are hopping into business school, it's a sign the world has gone madder than a hatter. Next we'll have squirrels doing stock analysis and raccoons running hedge funds.
Indigo child drops, leave them behind, with joint ink, but the real question is, who's actually listening?
President Zelensky seeks European support after Miami talks flop, but the world still spins. When the Sunshine State doesn't shine on diplomacy, it's time to phone a friend. Maybe Europe can lend a hand, or at least a few euros to keep the lights on in Kiev.
Guitarist Joe Perry records without a safety net, channeling Miles Davis's vinyl spontaneity, then calls it a creative rush. When the Aerosmith legend flirts with chaos, it's not just the amps that go to 11, it's a high-wire act with no safety harness, and if he falls, at least it'll be a glorious crash.
FDA admits COVID-19 vaccines may have killed American children, but only after Thanksgiving leftovers. Seems like the FDA waited until everyone was in a turkey coma to drop this bombshell. Timing, like the truth, is everything.
Admiral confirms boat strike victims were military targets, then claims it was a routine operation. When human lives become spreadsheet entries, the line between defense and destruction blurs, leaving ethics adrift in a sea of strategic ambiguity.
Only 12% of our pop fans know Headcase by Kaylee Morg featuring Hayley Kiyoko, and the industry calls it a cult hit. In a world where chart toppers are algorithmically engineered, true artistry hides in the shadows, whispering to those who dare to listen.
The GOP's new fundraising strategy, redefining illegal as creative accounting. Who knew campaign finance could be so avant-garde?
Only 15% of listeners remember To Lose My Life by White Lies, and nostalgia calls it a timeless anthem. In the era of disposable singles, some tracks cling to the soul like stubborn ghosts, refusing to fade into the digital ether.
When a $500 billion disaster becomes a discount,
NASA warns satellite boom threatens space telescopes, yet tech giants keep launching more. It's a cosmic game of hide and seek, with telescopes dodging the digital debris of progress, while corporations play the ultimate round of Monopoly in the sky.
Navy cruiser accidentally shoots down FSI-18 Super Hornet. Investigation reveals a complex chain of mishaps.
Medal Opus 2 Teardown reveals 50 hidden parts, calls it academic curiosity. When disassembling a hearing device becomes a scholarly pursuit, maybe it's time to question who's really listening in on innovation.
City installs a massive touchscreen for transportation data, claims it will solve traffic congestion. Because nothing says progress like staring at a giant screen, while traffic jams continue to pile up outside. It's like playing SimCity, but with real-life gridlock.
UK government reviews Prince Harry's security, then claims he's overreacting. When your royal lineage can't secure a bodyguard but can generate headlines, it's clear the crown's lost its shine amidst the tabloids.
Putin praises Gandhi's peace message in India, while missiles rain down elsewhere. Oh, the irony of a world leader extolling non-violence with one hand and wielding power with the other. It's like sending flowers with a side of artillery.
New York mayor targets Israel divestment, then Mamdani's pro-Palestine platform looms. It's like setting a fire just before the new tenant moves in with a water hose, political theater with a touch of pyrotechnics.
Idaho lab creates first molten salt fuel, claims nuclear future is just heating up. Like swapping out your fireplace for a volcano, this experiment promises a clean energy utopia, assuming we don't melt the planet first.
Amazon donates millions to rainforest preservation, then builds warehouses on cleared land. When your corporate conscience is as thick as the Amazon canopy, but your footprint crushes the ecosystem, it's not business, it's hypocrisy in heavy metal.
Trump wins FIFA Peace Prize because nothing says world harmony like a man with a Twitter flamethrower. Handing Trump a Peace Prize is like giving a pyromaniac a fire safety award, only more ironic and slightly less flammable. Asim Munir seizes control of Pakistan's nuclear button, ensuring everyone's on edge. When your finger's on the ultimate power switch, it's less about defense and more about who blinks first in this high-stakes staring contest.
When peaceably surrendering means you still end up in cuffs, it's like being asked to RSVP to your own arrest party.
Only 18% of pet videos lack stress signs, and platforms call it entertainment. When a viral giggle hides a whimper, it's like laughing at a comedy where the punchline is animal distress.
The best cookbooks of 2025 feature Soju Party and Fat and Flower, proving food porn isn't just an Instagram trend. In a world where dinner parties are the new political rallies, These books might just be the manifestos we need to spice up our lives and kitchens.
Trump targets green energy, yet oil industry's climate fix thrives. It's a miracle. Big Oil's eco-solutions survives like a cockroach in a nuclear winter, proving profits are the real renewable resource.
In the twisted alchemy of modern medicine, less is more, unless you're talking about profits. When less saves lives, suddenly the mantra gets real quiet.
Trump slumps proposed Netflix-Warner Brothers merger, claiming it too entertaining. In a plot twist worthy of Hollywood, the president who starred in reality TV now fears a blockbuster alliance. Maybe he's just upset we didn't cast him.
Only 4% of Americans listen to live folk music, and streaming services call it a renaissance. Like a whisper in a hurricane, folk's revival seems more like a well-kept secret than a cultural movement. Maybe the algorithms are just tone deaf.
Federal Reserve expected to cut rates, and Asian stocks pretend it's Christmas morning. In the grand casino of economics, a whisper of interest rate cuts is the starter's pistol for a sprint toward imaginary wealth.
Google announces Pixel Play music player, claims it enhances your offline experience. Because who needs a cloud when you can pretend your pocket jukebox from the early 2000s is cutting-edge innovation? Next they'll tell us vinyl is the future.
Only 30% of Brazilians trust the news, and Patricia Xavier calls it engagement. When the truth is as hard to find as a politician's promise kept, skepticism becomes the national pastime. Who needs reality when you've got ratings?
Zelensky finds peace talks with US constructive, but also like wrestling a bear in a phone booth. Negotiating peace with a superpower is less about finding common ground and more about dodging the elephant in the room while it tap dances.
Only 40% of Swedes prefer their own food, and IKEA calls it a cultural export. When fermented fish becomes a national delicacy, taste buds have gone rogue. But hey, at least it's not just for tourists.
Because nothing says freedom like a voluntary service that becomes compulsory when the numbers don't add up. It's like offering cake and then force-feeding broccoli.
Because nothing says I'm serious about peace like a holiday box promotion and a weather report. Who knew geopolitics was as unpredictable as your weekend BBQ?
Reddit user MF Mozart shares Asuka's latest hip-hop instrumental, calls it Tours Learning, but it's on YouTube. Because who needs clarity when you can have parentheses in a YouTube link? It's like a scavenger hunt where the prize is figuring out what you're actually listening to.
Netflix to buy Warner Bros. Assets in $72 billion deal solves capitalism's monopoly problem by playing it. Because nothing screams, let's diversify, like one mega corporation swallowing another, proving once again that
IMF notes bondholder worries on Senegal debt, calls it a growth opportunity amid looming restructuring. Nothing like a little debt drama to remind us that the global economy is a high-stakes poker game, and Senegal just got dealt a hand with no aces.
Tom Morello shreds with Beartooth on Final Fantasy XIV track, because nothing says epic battle like a guitar god and metalcore roar. Who needs a sword when you have riffs sharp enough to cut through pixelated dragons and a bass line that could summon a meteor? Paramount launches hostile bid for Warner Brothers Discovery because nothing screams holiday spirit like corporate cannibalism. In the world of mergers, it's eat or be eaten, and apparently it's always dinner time at the Paramount buffet.
In a world where armchair athletes reign supreme, the real champions are those who can critique a knockout with a mouthful of nachos.
Keir Starmer appoints Iceland boss Richard Walker as Labour peer, claiming it's a fresh take on frozen food diplomacy. Because nothing says political transformation like thawing out corporate executives for a seat in the House of Lords.
U.S. senators block Trump's AI chip sales plan, then call it national security. In a daring twist, politicians momentarily remember their duty, but only after a bipartisan game of who can fear China more.
When a government demands love through force, it's like trying to hug a cactus painful, and you end up with nothing but needles.
Hong Kong warns foreign media not to cause trouble after deadly fire exposes safety lapses. Silencing the press is like blaming the mirror for a bad hair day. It's not the reflection that's the problem, it's what's being reflected.
U.S. sanctions render UN rapporteur Francesca Albanese a non-person while she reports on Gaza's plight. When telling inconvenient truths gets you financially ghosted, it's clear that speaking out isn't just brave, it's an economic hazard.
Netflix acquires Warner Bros. Discovery.
World Cup 2026 draw reunites England with two 2018 opponents. Scotland draws Brazil, the Samba Storm. England gets a deja vu double feature, while Scotland prepares for a Brazilian carnival on grass. Hope they brought their dancing shoes.
Trump administration denies corruption claims while Ukraine's anti-graft detective spills tea on energy kickbacks.
When you're out, corrupted by a nation infamous for oligarchs, it's time to reassess your brand of winning.
Kremlin raises taxes as Russia's wartime economy stalls, claiming it's for stability while citizens count their dwindling rubles. When your war chest is emptier than a vodka bottle on New Year's, guess who pays the tab? Spoiler, it's not the oligarchs.
Benin soldiers declare coup on state TV, promising stability, while viewers wonder if they just tuned into a rerun of history's worst episodes. In the age of binge watching, coups are the new political drama where the plot twist is always a power outage.
BNP Paribas sells 25% AG insurance stake for nearly €2 billion, calls it strategic. When your financial strategy looks like a yard sale, maybe the only thing you're insuring is your own desperation.
Only 10% of song lyrics are accessible online, and music execs call it protecting artists. When your quest for lyrics turns into a digital treasure hunt, maybe the industry's just afraid of you finding the map to free expression.
SaaS founder hits $500,000 ARR in 8 months. Credits success to a simple change, while omitting it was firing his entire ethics department. In the tech world, simple change is code for we found a loophole and exploited it faster than you can say venture capital.
Anika Wells defends $100,000 US trip, claims she needed to be in 2 places simultaneously. When politicians start citing quantum physics to justify their travel expenses, you know Schrodinger's cat just became Schrodinger's budget.
Apparently, the financial world needed a new buzzword to distract us from the fact that active still involves sitting at a desk.
State universities cut diversity programs, claim it's to promote unity under the MAGA regime, which is like calling a cage a freedom box. When unity means suppressing voices, it's a doublespeak dictionary entry straight out of Orwell's Rejected Drafts.
Wall Street scrambles to shed AI debt exposure, because who knew machines could rack up credit faster than a billionaire's ex-wife? Turns out, even artificial intelligence can get a little too real with financial mistakes, proving once again that human error is a contagious disease.
Democrats demand Pentagon release drug boat strike footage because transparency is the new black, even if the video is a grainy mess. Maybe they think a pixelated explosion will go viral and distract everyone from the fact that truth is just another casualty of war.
AI deepfakes exploit millions of children, yet tech giants call it a challenge rather than a crisis, like labeling a tornado a gentle breeze. When challenge means ignoring the cries of the vulnerable, it's the PR equivalent of a wolf in sheep's clothing.
Vancouver Coastal Health warns parents e-scooters aren't toys, but who needs safety when you can have turbocharged toddler tantrums? Apparently, the thrill of a 5-year-old hitting a top speed is only fun until they become a pint-sized Evel Cavell.
Only 30% of Americans still shop at luxury stores, while discounters rake in profits from the budget-bewildered bourgeoisie.
John Oliver auction raises $1.5 million for public broadcasting, while billionaires buy their fifth yachts. When satire funds the truth, but the rich sail away, irony's got a yacht-sized grin.
UK government enforces single-sex space rules, ignoring trans charities' warnings about mental health impacts. When bureaucracy becomes a blunt weapon, it's the marginalised who end up with the bruises and a sense of belonging locked behind policy doors.
The Trump administration reshapes vaccine policy, yet over one-third of his voters oppose government's vaccine role. When the cure is in the hands of the confused, ignorance becomes the new pandemic.
Netflix buys Warner Brothers for $82 billion, calls it a disruptive deal while monopolizing your screen time. When streaming giants merge, expect your favorite shows to get lost in the algorithmic abyss, replaced by an endless scroll of reboots and remakes.
Triple Bills drops new single with Mo Banga, promises to melt the ice-cold charts with So Cold. In a world where thermostats and taste both run hot and cold, some beats still manage to freeze expectations.
A 7.5 magnitude quake rattles northern Japan, followed by a tsunami warning that says, "Just kidding, but not really." When tectonic plates decide to tango, Mother Nature reminds us she's the ultimate party crasher, and we're all just living on borrowed time.
Israel sets military budget at $34 billion, calls it defense while Gaza calls it Tuesday. When your defense budget could buy a small country, maybe the real enemy is the one staring back from your reflection in the bomb shelter.
Chinese-backed port construction in Peru threatens Amazon, labeled progress despite ecological nightmare.
Tara Reid reportedly found barely standing, yet Hollywood still stands tall on its shaky pedestal of excess. When celebrity culture's a circus, the only surprise is that the clowns aren't the ones calling for help.
South Korea blames retail traders for one slide, even as they invest $31 billion in US stocks. When the market's a mess, blame the little guy, because clearly trillion-dollar corporations are just innocent bystanders in this economic soap opera.
Republicans in Indiana State House face protests, yet they persist in gerrymandering maps for power. When democracy becomes a jigsaw puzzle, only the power-hungry hold the pieces and the rest get cut from the picture.
Congress claims NASA's Artemis plan cannot work, yet offers no real solution while China eyes the moon. Seems like Congress's strategy for lunar exploration is more about watching China plant flags than funding rockets. Who knew space race meant racing to the back of the line?
Trump pardoned the former Honduran president at Roger Stone's suggestion, prioritizing tech bro interests over justice. When lobbyists play puppet master, justice becomes a marionette and the strings lead straight to Silicon Valley's gilded towers.
Fed expected to cut rates in December as Rockefeller's Fleming labels U.S. economy resilient despite sluggish employment. The old resilient yet sluggish paradox, like calling a turtle a sprinter. Maybe the Fed's rate cuts can speed up this economic tortoise before it hibernates.
Argentina sets record wheat crop, triggers logistics frenzy trying to move harvests while global prices hit multi-year lows.
Elizabeth Olsen and Davine Joy Randolph celebrate aging in A24's Eternity, while Hollywood chases eternal youth. As Tinseltown injects Botox by the gallon, these stars remind us that wrinkles are just nature's way of saying we've lived.
Albania's AI minister faces arrest, suspected of corruption, despite never having a wallet to stash cash. When even your digital overlords get busted, maybe it's time to uninstall the human greed algorithm.
A constipation drug protects kidneys, yet still no relief for its primary function. When your bowels won't budge but your kidneys thrive, medicine's priorities might need a bit of a flush.
El Oriel doubles Goldomer stake to 20%. Bets on skincare over self-care.
Only 42% of humans speak naturally, and linguists call it progress.
When TV networks prioritize controversy over camaraderie, it seems that the real prime-time drama is...
Defense Secretary Hegseth defends Caribbean crackdown, claiming it's about security, not election optics. When military maneuvers look suspiciously like PR stunts, it's hard to tell if it's the drug cartels or the truth that's being intercepted.
Only 60% of music features human vocals, and AI DJs call it the future. When Stephen Hawking's voice becomes a club hit, you have to wonder if the next techno anthem will be a TED Talk remix.
Qatari PM declares Gaza ceasefire incomplete yet claims progress at Doha Forum. Diplomacy often means redefining progress to include unfinished business, like calling a half-built bridge a successful crossing.
Only 30% of song swaps end in feedback, and late internet 97761 calls it collaboration. Sharing your art in the digital void is like whispering to a hurricane, thrilling, unpredictable, and often drowned out by the storm.
Pharmaceutical companies propose antidepressants for men, then call it a cure for domestic violence. Because sedating the symptoms is much easier than confronting toxic masculinity and systemic inequality, right?
Pink Floyd releases 2 tracks in one, and Lover Blah calls it a soundtrack. Mashing Run Like Hell and Waiting for the Worms is like mixing adrenaline with dread, perfect for when you need a soundtrack to flee from the apocalypse.
In a move that feels like democracy's version of a magic trick.
Goa nightclub fire claims 25 lives, then authorities call it an unforeseeable tragedy. When safety standards are as elusive as a good DJ, the dance floor becomes a deadly game of chance.
Only 46% of Somali Americans feel safe, while Trump claims his policies protect citizens. Turns out, fear is the new freedom, as the land of the free becomes the land of the selectively welcome, where citizenship is just a suggestion.
Bank of Japan teases rate hike, but yen bears stay bullish against the dollar. Like a gambler betting on a losing hand, yen bears are all in because who needs economic logic when you've got stubbornness as your currency?
Only 2.5% of children fit the cognitive disengagement syndrome profile, and researchers say it's not just ADHD light. When your brain checks out like a Netflix trial gone wrong, it's not just a rerun of ADHD, but a new show entirely.
Lando Norris clinches F1 world title in Abu Dhabi, outshining Verstappen's Grand Prix win. In a sport where every millisecond counts, Norris proves that sometimes it takes a British underdog to remind the world that speed isn't just about horsepower, it's about heart.
Widow claims property portfolio is mired in debt, despite owning 5 houses and 2 condos, leaving friends' inheritance in limbo. When a multi-million-dollar portfolio turns into a ghost of debt, it's amazing how fast family ties unravel like a cheap sweater.
Paramount bids for Warner Brothers Discovery, challenging Netflix's takeover dreams. In the gladiatorial arena of media empires, Paramount's move is like a heavyweight crashing a cocktail party, reminding Netflix that some stories can't be streamed, they're fought for.
CDC panel rolls back hepatitis B vaccine recommendation, defying modern medical consensus. In a world where science is often treated like a DIY project, the CDC's decision feels like replacing the airbags in your car with a motivational poster.
Stephen Ratner praises China's innovation surge, then admits US trade policies won't slow Beijing down. The irony of telling Americans to compete harder from a plush Wall Street office is almost as rich as the execs themselves.
Trump awards himself a peace prize but can't explain the conflict he ended. The only thing more imaginary than this prize is the peace it supposedly celebrates. It's like giving yourself a medal for waking up on time.
Australia bans under-16s from social media, but expects them to fight climate fires. Because nothing teaches resilience like barring teens from TikTok while they watch their world go up in flames. Talk about a burning contradiction.
Iowa House District 7 sees 2 women vying for a seat. Both promise change. Isn't it refreshing when democracy looks like a choice between actual people instead of corporate mascots and suits?
Trump calls for tariffs on European goods, claims it protects American jobs. Nothing screams diplomacy like a trade war masquerading as patriotism, while the rest of us are left wondering if our next French wine will come with a side of economic apocalypse.
Trump wins the World Cup draw, calls it a victory for America.
While the kids return home, the government pats itself on the back for cleaning up a mess they allowed in the first place. Who knew rescuing children doubled as a PR strategy?
Norfolk County Council sends bailiffs to bus shelter, claims it's progress. When a bus shelter becomes a battleground, you know bureaucracy's gone off the rails. Maybe next they'll evict the pigeons for loitering.
You leaders scramble to fund Ukraine while Kiev's pockets echo. When the money dries up, diplomacy is just a fancy word for begging. Maybe they can crowdfund the next peace treaty.
Biden dismisses immigration warnings, then watches faith evaporate. Ignoring red flags is a bold strategy, but it's hard to govern when voters see you as a magician without tricks.
Because nothing says secure, like tying digital freedom to a piece of plastic that's as easily lost as government accountability.
Proposes direct election for commission president, promising democracy at last. Because what better way to engage the masses than to finally let them pick the face of a bureaucracy that's as transparent as a brick wall.
Russia quits human spaceflight, blames gravity for lack of ambition. Just when you can't manage earthly affairs, the stars are just too much of a stretch.
Spotify celebrates 40-year-old post-punk track, calls it innovation. In a world of recycled riffs, even nostalgia gets a new coat of paint and a marketing budget.
The land down under bets on a social media detox, but the real gamble is whether teens will read books or just find new platforms.
UK targets British Sikh businessmen with sanctions over pro-Khalistan activities, claiming it's a peace move. When in doubt, slap a sanction and hope it diffuses decades of ethnic tensions, because nothing calms the storm like financial restrictions.
Sister refuses to probate father's estate, leaving sibling without funds for death certificate. When family ties turn into financial knots, it's time to wonder if the real inheritance
Survey shows Trump raises prices more than he lowers them, but calls it economic genius. When a president's version of art of the deal is to have you pay more for the same loaf of bread, you start wondering if it's all just a pricey reality show.
Market strategists predict more caution and less risk in 2026, yet call it cautious optimism. It's hard to feel optimistic when your financial forecast sounds like the weather report for a hurricane season, but hey, at least we're not in the eye of the storm yet.
J.D. McPherson unveils Mother of Lies, aiming to rock your socks off with truth bombs. In a world where honesty is rarer than a unicorn in a tuxedo, McPherson's anthem is the musical slap we all need. Rock on, truth seekers.
U.S. pledges Christmas arms for Ukraine, highs Europe-led NATO by 2027. It's like handing out slingshots at a snowball fight, promising a future where Europe plays Santa. But hey, who needs peace on Earth when you can have missiles under the mistletoe?
Mega constellations threaten space telescopes, promise brighter selfies. Imagine the universe as a glittering disco ball, only now it's a rave nobody asked for. Satellites are out here like uninvited guests, photobombing every cosmic snapshot.
Paul Anka reveals Frank Sinatra's endowment. Smets drops Burning Up Angry Bleak remix, promising only ear fatigue and existential dread. When music becomes a noise marathon, we wonder if the real art is surviving the track without a migraine.
Only 33% of students passed, and then NICEAD calls it progress. In a world where mediocrity gets a gold star, the New York State Education Department celebrates test scores that barely scrape by. Apparently, better luck next year is the new academic standard.
NASA and ESA reveal sculpted by stellar winds, yet the universe remains indifferent to our need for meaning. While we gaze at cosmic artistry from 200,000 light years away, our planet's biggest challenge is not burning itself to the ground.
EU declares US still our biggest ally, even as Trump's policy supports Europe's far right. When your best friend crashes your party and sets the curtains on fire, you might want to reconsider the guest list. Trump vows to slam America's doors shut, then blames immigrants for the drafty breeze. Like a bouncer throwing out the band and then wondering why the music stopped, Trump's immigration policy is a one-man show of irony.
After pledging democracy, the US backs European fascists instead. The land of the free and home of the brave has apparently decided that freedom includes a side of authoritarianism. Next, they'll be selling liberty with a fascist twist, straight from the irony factory.
Trump slaps Mexico with 5% tariff, calls it water under the bridge, raising tariffs like a toddler with a toy hammer. Trump's approach to diplomacy is hitting everything in sight, hoping something makes a splash.
Ethan Hawke recalls Robin Williams' struggles, describes it as taxing, and the internet collectively sighs. Hollywood nostalgia strikes again as we memorialize legends by unearthing their pain, making the past a never-ending therapy session for our entertainment.
Trump administration forces Apple to yank IceBlock app, then brags about censorship. Apparently, when your policies can't handle scrutiny, just erase the evidence. It's like playing hide and seek with the truth, except only one side is hiding, and it's not the app developers.
Scientists claim DNA cassette tape stores every song ever written, yet Spotify still insists on recommending Nickelback. In a twist of irony, the same genetic material that makes us human is now tasked with preserving our musical history, ensuring our descendants will forever know the joys of both Beethoven and Bieber.
India plans $214 billion nuclear investment while still struggling to keep the lights on. In the race to embrace nuclear power, India's government might be betting big on atoms, but still can't seem to fix the wires that connect them to the grid.
Beninese armed forces crush coup attempt, call it just another Sunday. When your government's stability hinges on the weekend plans of a few disgruntled soldiers, maybe it's time to rethink your national security strategy.
Only 10% of couples discuss finances openly, and experts call this progress. While your boyfriend splurges on designer sneakers, you're left wondering if your next meal will be ramen or ramen. Love may be blind, but your bank account isn't.
Serious infections shrink brains, call it the new brain diet. Who knew the flu was a personal trainer for your hippocampus, trimming it down to size, if only ignorance were as slimming.
After Assad's fall, Syria's factions demand unity, yet old grudges fuel chaos. The world applauds Syria's return, but inside it's like a dysfunctional family reunion where everyone's still holding a grudge and the dessert's on fire.
It's like claiming you won a marathon when you're still stuck at mile 1383 and your shoelaces are tied together.
Researchers find life 6 miles deep, call it a vacation spot.
IPCC hides colorful chart predicting doom, claims it's just a distraction. When the truth is too bright, bureaucrats reach for their favorite tool, blackout curtains and a pair of rose-tinted glasses.
Myanmar military bombs tea shop, scores 18 casualties. When your football match ends with a military airstrike, it's clear the game plan is more explosive than expected.
Sydney Sweeney regrets silence over Jean's ad backlash, claims it widened the divide. When denim drama turns into a social schism, remember, the loudest thread in the fabric of change is sometimes just a pair of well-spoken jeans.
Texan transplants run for Congress promise to bring barbecue to the ballot box. When you're repping Texas but your roots are elsewhere, it's all hat no cattle and a side of outsider sauce.
Yardani Research dumps tech giants after 15 years, bets on the little guys.
Sudan SAF allegedly strikes border near Chad as war drags into its third year. When your neighbour's drone strike becomes your daily weather report, maybe it's time to call off the endless game of geopolitical whack-a-mole.
U.S. Olympic coach Mike Sullivan claims NHL rinks are too small, despite record player injuries. If hockey players need more room to pirouette their concussions away, maybe it's time to trade pucks for bubble wrap and call it avant-garde ballet.
Supreme Court accepts case once deemed unthinkable, signaling a judicial plot twist. When the highest court takes on the unbelievable, it's like watching a horror movie where the villain is democracy and the sequels just keep coming.
It's like sipping smooth whiskey in a dimly lit bar where every note she plays is a whisper that lingers long after the music stops.
Fetterman keeps all 2028 options open as progressives plan a primary ambush.
When the political chessboard resembles a game of Twister, you know the only thing certain is the contortion.
Only 14% of people believe in reincarnation, and existential dread calls it progress. It's comforting to think we might come back as a cat or a rock star, but most of us just end up as cosmic compost.
When fairy tales teach us to see with funhouse mirrors, the real magic trick is who profits from the distortion.
Spotify charges €15 monthly, then claims to support indie artists. Meanwhile, southern hip-hop legends like Granddaddy Seuss grind in the shadows while Spotify executives swim in their golden playlists.
It's a new Olympic sport. How many times can you dodge digital rights by chanting the magic words? Gold medal for evasion.
RSF massacres transform Sudanese city into a slaughterhouse, while leaders offer condolences from their air-conditioned offices. When satellite images tell a story bloodier than words, it's clear the world prefers its horrors in high resolution.
Trump criticizes Green Post 60 Minutes appearance, claiming she's neither America First nor MAGA. When your political brand is a reality show, loyalty means never being the first to blink in the spotlight.
Baby fur seal saunters into New Zealand bar, orders a round of fishy tales. When a seal pup knows more about bar hopping than half the patrons, it's time to question who the real party animals are.
Retail investors trigger gold's shift from haven to speculative asset, says Bias, while claiming it's just a shiny gamble now. When gold starts acting like a crypto coin, you know the financial world's gone full Casino Royale.
Only 3% of users trust SE domains, while the official list claims it's the swan of short links. When your URL is shorter than your domain's credibility, maybe it's time to rethink your web address strategy.
Electric Express 750 launches at under $1,000 solves nothing but your budget woes. When your bike's price is lower than a month's rent, it's perfect for those who like living on the edge of affordability.
Netflix receives cease and desist from Sean Combs' lawyers as 50 Cent's docuseries supposedly uses stolen footage. In the battle of the music moguls, who needs a Grammy when you can win the petty lawsuit of the year?
When your toilet is smarter than its encryption, it's time to question where your data and dignity are really going.
Telstra admits to not informing Minister of a death after 000 failure, then holds 2 meetings without mentioning it.
Goldman Sachs hails return of mega deals just in time for the rich to get even richer. As boardroom confidence swells, remember, when the 1% hums, the rest of us whistle past the graveyard of economic equality.
Saint Etienne announces farewell tour, promises not to bleep it up, but extends schedule to 2027. Nothing says farewell like a 5-year goodbye tour. because who can resist the sweet sound of nostalgia ringing up the cash register?
Bloomberg TV launches Asia Trade Show. Promises insights as if the markets haven't already spun into a frenzy of chaos. When the trading day hinges on a soundbite from a newsmaker, it's like trusting a fortune cookie to guide your stock portfolio.
EU acknowledges strategic solitude, then signs off on US adversarial stance, as if friendship comes with a return policy. When your bestie ghosts you for new alliances, maybe it's time to stop lending them your favorite jacket, Ursula.
Al Jazeera correspondent enters Damascus first, finds post-Assad chaos, more dramatic than a soap opera cliffhanger. When your scoop is a regime's collapse.
Trump slams Rep. Henry Cuellar for running as a Democrat post-pardon, as if party loyalty ever mattered to a man who changes his stripes like a chameleon on a disco floor. It's rich coming from a guy whose political allegiance shifts more often than a weather vane in a hurricane.
When Wall Street's crystal ball gets cloudy, remember, even a magic 8-ball might offer more clarity than financial jargon.
Only 0% of humans live in the KBC void, yet conspiracy theorists call it a real estate opportunity. When your best housing option is a cosmic void, it might be time to rethink your life choices or just enjoy the silence of space.
Sen Cotton defends double-tap strike on alleged drug boat, asserting righteousness like a vigilante with a badge, while critics whisper war crime in the shadows. When the line between justice and murder blurs, it's amazing how quickly collateral damage becomes just another line in the script.
Argentina says local law bond in dollars, then calls it economic stability. When your financial strategy involves betting on a currency you don't control, it's like trying to win a dance-off with two left feet.
Antara Resources nears multi-billion deal for HG Energy, calls it strategic expansion. Buying more gas reserves when prices rise is like stocking up on umbrellas after a flood. Strategic if you like getting wet.
Pentagon press call turns into Trump echo chamber as journalists swap critical inquiry for MAGA pom-poms, leaving facts to fend for themselves. When journalism becomes a cheerleading squad, truth gets benched while propaganda scores all the points.
KKR invests in Compass Data Centers portfolio, calls it digital expansion, another investment in digital infrastructure, because apparently the cloud needs more condos. Just wait till they start charging rent per byte.
Only 30% of UK citizens can afford homes, and the rich call themselves gorgeous. Because nothing says wealth gap like flaunting opulence on YouTube, while the rest of us wonder if a cardboard box counts as real estate.
Nature Microbiology reveals phage resistance mutations in marine bacteria, claiming impact on biogeochemically essential processes, but the ocean didn't get the memo. When bacteria outsmart viruses, it's like a microbial chess match over the ocean's chemistry, with Mother Nature as the bemused referee.
Only 20% of country songs mention God, and Nashville calls it a trend. because nothing says heartbreak like a divine ultimatum set to twangy guitars, as if celestial intervention needed a melody and a cowboy hat.
Russian drone strikes crippled Chernobyl radiation shield, then UN warns of a new disaster. Because nothing screams safety first like turning a historical nuclear catastrophe into a live-action sequel, complete with radioactive plot twists and geopolitical villains.
Marjorie Taylor Greene claims Trump betrayed MAGA on 60 Minutes, then reveals political plans. Just when you thought the soap opera of American politics couldn't get more melodramatic, MTG drops a plot twist that even the writers of Dynasty would find too far-fetched.
With matches spread across 3 countries in 39 days, it's like a traveling circus, but with fewer clowns and more red cards.
Trump's national security strategy envisions Canada as a vassal state because apparently neighbor wasn't imperial enough. When your friendly northern ally gets downgraded to medieval serfdom, it's like swapping maple syrup for feudal obligations.
Optus International defies creditors, moves units beyond reach, then claims transparency. The telecom titan's idea of openness seems to involve playing hide-and-seek with billions in debt, hoping creditors enjoy the chase.
Netflix drops bombshell Diddy doc 2 months after his prison sentence. When your life story needs a disclaimer longer than the credits, you know you're living in an epic that even Scorsese would envy.
Only 30% of Russians believe the invasion is justified, and Putin calls it a success. When your war is less popular than the Siberian winter, it's time to question if the Tsar's got his crown on straight.
UN court declares clean environment a right, while climate change laughs in carbon emissions. When the planet's on fire and the court hands you a squirt gun, you might just want to start building an ark.
WIFA awards Trump a Peace Prize, proving irony is still alive and kicking. When the beautiful game starts handing out prizes for peace, it might be time to check the rulebook for satire.
Dutch minister admits being blindsided by China's retaliation, then acts surprised when poking the dragon gets you burnt. Turns out, in the geopolitical game of chess, it's not wise to underestimate a player with a history of flipping the board.
New York lists 67 most stylish people, proving fashion is the last thing holding society together. When the world is burning, at least we'll look fabulous in our end-of-days couture, darling.
Only 20% of bands make a lasting impact, and New York Day real estate's pillars is still standing strong since 1998. In the age of auto-tune and corporate beats, sometimes you just need a guitar to scream your truth.
Russian troops shoot Ukrainian POW after surrender, then claim they're liberating hearts and minds. In the theater of war, some scripts are written in blood and hypocrisy, with Putin's regime as the tragic playwright.
Trump administration warns Europe of civilizational erasure, then offers no solutions beyond fear-mongering. When your best foreign policy tool is a thesaurus, maybe it's time to rethink your strategy.
Torres scores Barcelona hat-trick against Real Betis, then claims it was just another day at the office. When scoring 3 goals is as mundane as your morning coffee, maybe it's time to ask if the universe is rigged in your favor.
Bethlehem Christmas tree lights up post-ceasefire, and politicians call it peace on earth. Nothing says holiday spirit like a ceasefire to celebrate the birth of a peacemaker while conflicts simmer beneath the tinsel.
When your career path resembles a game of musical chairs, maybe it's time to consider a new tune, or at least a better rhythm.
Thailand launches airstrikes on Cambodia, calls it border management. Because nothing spells good neighbor like a few bombs, ensuring peace through the timeless tradition of explosive diplomacy.
Trump hosts Kennedy Center honors for Stallone, Kiss, and Gaynor, then claims he taught them everything they know, because nothing says artistic achievement like being celebrated by a man who thinks acting is what you do when you pretend the Constitution is a suggestion.
YouTube deletes journalist's account after Palestine report, brands him an Iranian agent without evidence. In the land of tech giants, truth is a liability, and the algorithm is judge, jury, and executioner.
Canada adds 54,000 jobs, calls it economic magic. But hey, when the unemployment rate drops faster than a politician's promises, you have to wonder if it's all smoke and mirrors or just maple-flavored luck.
Trump unveils $12 billion farm aid package, blames unjustified trade actions he initiated. It's like setting fire to a barn, then offering a garden hose as a hero's gift.
Only 30% of YouTube parodies make sense, and Mad TV's latest calls it genius. When your satire starts sounding like the original, it's either a perfect mirror or a broken record.
Israel fortifies Yellow Line, claims it's for peace. When your security strategy looks more like an eternal war plan, it's hard to tell if they're building a fortress or just a very expensive monument to never-ending conflict.
Trump administration endorses new security strategy, then aligns with Russia's vision. Turns out, when you play chess with Putin, you might just hand him the board and call it a strategic partnership.
Even in 63 BCE, politicians had to deal with conspiracy theories and Senate drama. Some things never change, just the togas.
Only 5% of new artists break through, and Spotify calls it progress. When every indie band is a needle in a haystack of algorithms, it's no wonder musicians are swapping more listens than a teenage diary swap meet.
Throwing cash at farmers like confetti while ignoring the climate crisis is like handing out umbrellas in a hurricane. Good luck staying dry.
Oscar winner Sean Baker admits needing side gigs to fund indie films, despite Hollywood's billion-dollar blockbusters. When even Oscar winners moonlight like gig economy warriors, it's clear the indie dream is more pipe than pipeline.
Paramount launches $108.4 billion hostile bid for Warner Brothers Discovery, calls it synergy. When entertainment titans play Monopoly with billions, the real drama unfolds behind boardroom doors, not on our screens.
Billboard names 30 best new Christmas songs. But who really needs more jingles when Mariah's royalties could fund a small nation? It's the season of giving, but all we get is another playlist of recycled sleigh bells and commercial cheer.
In a league where defense is an afterthought, Boyd's arrival is less a strategic move and more of a nod to the soccer god's sense of humor.
When your job description includes wiretapping world leaders, it's less James Bond, more Bond villain job security.
Russian recruiters offer Kenyan jobs, then send them to war with a soldier's paycheck and a bodyguard's promise. When a dream job turns into a nightmare draft, even the rubles can't buy back the sons lost to a foreign battlefield.
Trump pardons Honduran drug lord, defying his own war on narcotics and baffling everyday Americans. When the kingpin walks free, the only thing more confusing than the pardon is the president's selective memory about his own policies.
The algorithm releases endless iteration in 2025, a metal dubrum and bass fusion that redefines cacophony. Like a caffeinated octopus on a drum set, this track thrashes between genres, proving chaos can be a musical genre too.
India pays women for housework, claiming $16 a month will revolutionize gender equality. Because nothing says we value you quite like a paycheck that barely covers the cost of a decent meal, let alone a revolution.
Former Canadian security chief claims China sends spies to Western universities, seeking technical knowledge like it's the ultimate cheat sheet.
Looks like the war on drugs is less about surprise attacks and more about playing Guess Who with a cheat sheet.
Democratic Party splits over Minnesota Senate race, calls it unity. Who knew the land of 10,000 lakes would be the perfect backdrop for Democrats to practice synchronized backstabbing?
Arctic ice melts faster than a popsicle in hell, turning the North into a treacherous game of dodge the iceberg. When even polar bears need life rafts, maybe it's time to admit climate change isn't just a bad dream, it's the nightmare we're living.
Monica Wells expends over $8,000 for AFL weekend, calls it family time. Apparently, the key to political family bonding is a taxpayer-funded trip to Melbourne's Holy Grail of sports. Who knew?
Supreme Court backs Texas redistricting, giving Republicans a gerrymandered head start for 2026. When democracy's map looks more like a jigsaw puzzle, you know the game's rigged and the pieces are all red.
Miriam Kabas posted a bullfight hype video on Instagram. turns out, the new wave of matadors is more about the gram than the gore. When the cape drops, it's all about the likes, not the lances. Ole.
Only 10% of trap tracks stay instrumental, and Bandit calls it innovation.
JP Morgan strategist praises AI opportunities despite market froth. In the world of finance, apparently, froth is just another word for potential. Who knew bubbles could be so lucrative? Just don't pop them too soon, Satire.
Fox News host endorses boat strike, calling it public service. Apparently, when Hegseth says, "Your wish is our command," he's talking about turning maritime mishaps into primetime spectacles. Only chaos could be so accommodating.
ECB predicts minor drop in prices, insists it's economic sorcery. When the financial wizards start betting on deflation, it's like cheering for a punch you won't feel until it's too late.
Turns out ancient Egypt's history might be more explosive than we thought, thanks to a volcano that played the ultimate game of hide and seek with historians for centuries.
When tech giants start upgrading codecs like changing socks, it's a reminder that your buffering walls are just a coin toss away.
Apparently, the UK thinks your tweets and TikToks are the true measure of artistic merit. Who knew a viral cat video could make or break a musician's career?
Kremlin recruits replacements for fallen troops, yet faces dwindling enthusiasm. When your recruitment strategy hinges on convincing folks that cannon fodder is a career path, maybe it's time to rethink the whole glory of the motherland pitch.
Russia launches 241 drones and 5 missiles, kills 2 civilians in Ukraine. When your definition of peacekeeping involves raining down drones like a biblical plague, it's high time to check your moral compass and maybe your map.
Bolsonaro's son announces 2026 presidential run, proving dynasties never die. When political ambition is hereditary, you wonder if Brazil's next election will be more like a family reunion with extra ballots.
YouTube remixes Lizzo's quality or legacy, claims it's the anthem of 2025.
Apparently, accountability flies stand by while passengers are left frozen in time, stranded in the snow with nothing but a complimentary bag of pretzels.
Netflix buys Warner Brothers Discovery for $30 a share, securing a $5 billion breakup fee. When entertainment giants play Monopoly, the rest of us get to watch our favorite shows auctioned off like clearance bin DVDs.
EU Defence Chief demands independence from Washington, then drafts peace plan with invisible ink. Because nothing says European unity like a plan so secret even the EU can't find it. Peace on paper, war in whispers.
AI and crypto czar writes laws favoring link share, then claims it's for the public good. When the fox guards the chicken coop, you can expect feathers to fly and the hens to pay the rent.
Florida officers saved dog from burning house, but the governor still can't rescue his reputation. In the Sunshine State, it seems a dog gets more love than its human counterparts, unless, of course, they're running for president.
Chatbots churn out facts and falsehoods to influence voters, then claim it's just an algorithmic accident. When your political compass is set by a chatbot, expect it to spin you in circles until you're dizzy enough to vote for chaos.
Reddit user drops first EP, begs for feedback, but even their mom only clicked like out of pity. In a world where everyone's a star, it's a miracle anyone hears you over the white noise of "Listen to my mixtape."
Guns N' Roses spend decades singing about civil war, then act surprised when the world catches up with their dystopian ballads. When rock legends become prophets, it's a sign that the world needs less reality and more electric guitar solos to drown out the madness.
Only 30% of wine enthusiasts appreciate cherry in the wine, and Dongu the rat calls it a masterpiece. When a rodent's opinion elevates a beverage, it's time to question whether the palate's gone rogue or if we're just thirsty for novelty.
Social media fuels demand for unapproved peptides in Australia, then labels it a wellness revolution. When your health regimen involves needles and hashtags, it's less a lifestyle choice and more like a science experiment gone viral.
OpenAI names deepfake feature Cameo, then claims originality.
Over 200 environmental groups demand end to US data centers, citing climate hypocrisy. When server farms guzzle more energy than small countries, it's like feeding a sugar addiction with a diet soda.